Hello, dear Mikael.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Thanks, fine.
Good.
Okay. Few seconds and we can start.
Yes.
Так. Поки ми всі збираємося, якраз уже 4:00.
While we are still gathering, we have 4 o'clock. I would like to ask everybody to turn on your cameras. This is very important for Mikael. Today we have the third lecture, final one, about the markets. It would be very useful for producers, most of all. It is important to turn on your cameras. You can ask questions in the chat in English or in Ukrainian language. So, Mikael, I think we can start.
Sorry, I forgot to put my English interpretation on. but I could hear you said Mikael several times. I guess that refers to me.
It's okay. Nadia said that you can start the election.
Okay.
And if you don't mind, probably you can start with treatment.
Yeah, exactly.
Super.
I remember that from yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
But if I understood your Ukrainian correct, Nadia, you already told that we'll talk about the market and the forums and all that today. That will be the primary subject, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll get back to that. But as you just mentioned yesterday, when we had the session, one of the, or actually I think it was the last question probably, was from Paulina about scripts in documentary filmmaking, and we didn't quite have the time to go into it yesterday, but I think we should spend a little time on it, because it's a really, really tricky thing. As I said just shortly yesterday before we finished, that I think it's a big problem that we have adapted the vocabulary from fiction film. You know, a synopsis, a treatment, a script is very, very well defined in fiction film. Everybody who works with fiction films knows exactly what a script is. But in documentary film, we don't. I made a very small personal survey some years ago. I had been working at the Danish Film Institute for 4 years. And one of the last thing I did was that I took all the films that had got funded within the last year. And then I went through the material. Wow, here comes the sun in my window, I can see.
So beautiful.
Yes, haven't seen it for some weeks. Then I took all the material that people sent in when they submitted to the Danish Film Institute, and went through what they called the written material that they sent in. And it was a total mess. It was a total mess. Some called it a research report, and it was actually a treatment, and some did the other way around. So it was not the case that you can say, okay, this is a treatment for a documentary film. Let's see how that looks. I think, first of all, of course, one of the reasons is that we have taken the word from fiction. And as we talked about on the first day, you can't take a document from a genre where everything is totally under your control and then adapt it in a genre where everything is beyond your control. It simply doesn't work like that. There's another interesting thing about script, I think, compared to fiction film. And that is that making a script is not just something you do for a funder. You do it for yourself. So it's part of your creative process in creating the film. So the script is a joint document that the director and the funder can use, both of them. But I think in documentary filmmaking, the script that we use for the funders is in most cases totally disconnected from the process that we have as directors in preparing the film. And I think that is part of the confusion, that it's not only something that we have adopted from fiction film, it's also something that we don't use in the same way from director to director when we are preparing our film. Some write a lot, I know that, but it may not be a script. It can be thoughts, it can be ideas, it can be something about the characters, it can be something about the subject. It's very, very different. Some write very little. They film instead. That is a strong tradition in the Nordic countries, for instance. Many documentary directors don't write very much. And if they do, it's more notes for themselves, or maybe for the DOP or other people on the creative team. But it's not meant for a third reader. Whereas in France, for instance, they write endless pages of scripts. And as far as I understand, in eastern part of Europe, it's also a stronger tradition. So, not to make a long story about that, but I think, and it's not to argue about words, I don't think that the document that we use as directors when we are developing our films should be called a script. I think it should be called the documentary potential. And why? It's because in fiction film, you do write the story. You do write the story. In documentary, you can't write the story because it hasn't happened yet. It's very simple, actually. But what you can describe is what is the potential story that I imagine will unfold during my filming. But that is something completely different. The very last thing I want to say is that, of course, we have to apply to the real world. So if a funder asks for a script, you have to deliver a script. But it looks very, very different from country to country. And even within the same country, it looks very different. So I think we have some work to do to convince our funders not to ask for something that is not really representing the film. What are the requirements, just shortly, what are the requirements from the Ukrainian Film Fund in terms of a script? Can anyone explain me that?
Вони вимагають
They require logline, they need logline, synopsis, and treatment. So full package. And there has to be the essence of the story and the character. They evaluate the characteristics, whether it has a potential, whether it can attract whether it can attract audience. You need to determine the target audience. You need to calculate even the KPI, key performance indicators, for the author's films. They require a list of festivals where you plan to show the film. So this is rather strange.
Okay. Yeah, but that's how it is, and we have to adapt to it. But I think besides adapting, I think we should try to slowly change things so that it comes, the things that we have to deliver to the film funds comes closer to the things that we actually need and do ourselves when we prepare our film. I think that would be a huge step forward. Okay. Anyone who wants to say anything more about script? Because then we will move on to today's topic. I will try to be as short as possible today, because now it's getting very, very concrete when we talk about the pitching forums and the market. And I'm sure you must have very, very different experiences. Some of you have experiences with one part of the market, others with another part. Some have been pitching several times at forums, some have not. So I will just try to give the as short as possible an overview, and then open the floor so that we can discuss it, and you can share your personal experiences with your colleagues or ask questions. If we start with the forums, I think the first forum was the forum at IDFA, the International Documentary Film Festival in Amsterdam, the biggest and I think most important festival and most important forum in the world for documentary filmmaking. The first one started in '93, so it's almost 30 years ago. And the idea was very simple, and it's actually the same fundamental idea for all the forums still. We have some broadcasters and distributors who need some films, and we have some filmmakers who need some money and some distribution. Why don't we bring them together? It's a very, very simple idea, and it still works. Although the market has changed radically since then. The traditional format that we also saw at IDFA in the beginning, and that we can still see quite many places, you have 15 minutes, just like you will have tomorrow. And half of it is your presentation, and the other half is a Q&A. But there are quite many forums who have changed the format, including IDFA. They have also changed the format so that they have several different formats for pitching now at IDFA. There are some, for instance, the forum that is called Meat Market in Sheffield. There are no public presentations. There are no discussions at a table. It's only individual meetings. At, for instance, eStock platform, the biggest forum for films coming from Eastern and Central Europe, that takes place in Prague every March. There is a presentation to all the decision makers and all the observers, but there is no discussion immediately after. So you just have one presentation after another. And then the discussions take place when all the pitchings are done. They take place at different tables, smaller tables with 10 to 15 decision makers at each table. And then the film teams circulate. So they get around to all 4 or 5 tables during the day and have discussions there. So it's a small group. So it differs a lot. Some have 20 minutes of presentation discussion instead of 15 minutes. But the basics is, of course, that you meet with potential participants in your project. I should mention maybe some of the, I think some of the most relevant forums for you. I already mentioned eStock platform. I think many of you know B2B docs that also have pitching sessions. The Baltic Sea Forum that takes place in Riga in Latvia in the first week of September every year. And it sounds like it's only for film teams coming from countries around the Baltic Sea, but they have a pretty wide interpretation of who can participate. So for instance, Ukrainian filmmakers are also accepted, although you are not situated by the Baltic Sea. Doc Leipzig in Germany is also one of the important pitching forums. Docs Barcelona, as it says, it's in Barcelona. It's open to everybody. There are no regional restrictions. That is, by the way, the same for Docs Leipzig. That's also open for everybody. Pitching du Réel, which is in Switzerland, in Nyon, is a pitching forum that has tried to have a cinematic profile. The festival that Pitching du Réel is connected to is Vision du Réel, and the festival are looking primarily for cinematic films at the festival. So the pitching forum that is connected to it, Pitching du Réel, try to have the same profile. Then I mentioned ITFA. And then there is CPH Docs, for instance, in Denmark. And their profile is to try to have projects that challenge the traditional documentary. They like projects, and it's the same for the festival. So the films that they have at the festival, CPH Docs, and the projects that they try to select for the forum at CPH Docs has the same profile. You know, they're a little different. They're not traditional documentaries. Maybe they are meant to come together with an event. Maybe it's a mix of fiction or documentary, or you know, all kinds of formats that try to develop the documentary genre. That is the profile that they would like to have. But there are many more. I don't know, that's maybe 100 over the world every year. And the ones that I know have more or less the same requirements in terms of what you need to send in. You will need to send in a trailer. Sometimes, if you don't have a trailer, you can be accepted on the background of your previous film. If they really, really know you as a director, sometimes it happens, but you will not be allowed to pitch without a pitch trailer. But of course, you have to submit your project several months before the actual event. So sometimes they do accept that you don't have a pitch trailer at the moment of submission, but you will need to have when you get to the actual pitching. You will need to send in usually something like 2 or 3 pages with a synopsis / treatment, as they call it, about the film, about the core film team members, director, producer, maybe one more if you find it important, a photo, your biography, your CV. Some ask for the director's vision or the director's note as part of it. You can always find it at the website, of course, of the events. But these are the usual requirements that you need to have. Some of them have very formatted requirements that you can see on their website. Some of them have more, what should we call it, flexible requirements. But it's basically the same that you need to send in. And maybe I should talk a little about the selection process, because that is something that is not out in public, of course. But before I do that, Polina, you have a comment or a question?
Так, якщо можна, я хотіла вас...
Yes, if I may, I would like to specify something, because you changed that the ITFA policy has changed with the new director. Does it have an impact on the pitching, on the selection? Has it changed their focus on the projects? And I also wanted to ask about the Sundance, because this is North American market. It is interesting, but we don't know how to enter this market. Thank you.
Yeah. About ITFA, and as I mentioned yesterday, maybe I wouldn't call it a change. Maybe I would rather call it a move in a direction. It is primarily since the creative director of ITFA, as I mentioned yesterday during the screening of the film, This Rain Will Never Stop. He is from Syria. He's called Orwa Mirabia. And Syria is totally, documentary film does not exist in Syria. And I'm not talking about the war. I'm also talking before that. And he used to be a producer in Syria. He comes from a country, and you could also say a region, where there is a rich culture, but not necessarily a very rich documentary tradition. Because of the war, he moved to Berlin, and now he is in Amsterdam. And he wants to change that development so that there is a bigger focus on films from outside of Europe and the US. He is not heading the forum. That is another person. But of course, they talk together. And we'll see. I have been part of the selection committee for ITFA for 10 years. And I'm actually in these days going through the submissions for ITFA, because we will have our selection committee meeting next week. I cannot see that there is a change in what is submitted, but I can see there is I'm curious to see next week whether there will be a change in what we select. But that is, of course, I don't know yet, but let's see. So I can't tell you if it will also affect the forum, but it definitely has affected the festival. Regarding Sundance, I'm sorry, I personally have very little experience with Sundance. But the biggest forum in North America is at Hot Docs, the festival/pitching forum that takes place in Toronto in Canada. That's the biggest North American forum. And I think that you can easily see that the commercial TV channels are dominating the forum in Canada more than the ones in Europe. I think it's fairly easy to see. The ones in Europe are more public broadcasters, whereas in North America, it's more commercial broadcasters. And I think you can see it on the selection of the projects. It is more orientated towards more traditional TV, even program, and not necessarily documentaries. I'm not saying that it's only, but I think there is a difference. So you have to be prepared to meet some tougher commercial demands if you try to get selected at Hot Docs than if you, for instance, send your project to IDFA. In terms of selection, of course it differs, but I can take IDFA as an example. How do we do? How do we select? IDFA gets around between 700 and 800 submissions every year for the forum. So first they have a lot of pre-selection committees. I think they have between 10 and 15 pre-selection committees. And these committees exist, each of them exists of 2 people, and they do a pre-selection. It's always professionals from the industry that are in these pre-selection committees, and they can come for all kinds of professions. It's producers, directors, sales agents, broadcasters, festival representatives, all different kinds of professions within the industry. And they're also coming from very different parts of the world. So they do the pre-selection, and that's what I'm doing now. You have the final selection committee, and we are going through approximately, I think I'm seeing 135 submissions. It starts with us, individual members of the final selection committee, getting all the submissions, and we just watch them ourselves. We make a little note for the selection committee on the project. We give it between 1 to 5, a number, 5 being the best, 5 meaning fantastic, 1 meaning no, should not be selected, and then you have 2, 3, and 4 in between. And we send that in for the for the IDFA staff. And then we meet. We would normally meet in Amsterdam. This year it will be an online meeting. Doesn't really matter that much. And we go through every project. We discuss every project. All 135 projects. Now, of course, there are some where it is very quickly, because if we have all given it a 5, it's pretty obvious that it will be selected. And if we have all given it a 1, it's also pretty obvious that it will not be selected. But we do have it on the table. Then we end up with a certain number of projects that has qualified, and then other criteria come in, because we need a certain geographical spread. We cannot have 5 Ukrainian films and no films from France. It doesn't work. We have to have a certain spread in terms of geography. IDFA is getting supported by the media program, the EU's media program. So there is a limit to how many films that can be selected for the forum that is outside of the EU, outside of the media country. We try to have a gender spread. so that there is a fair representation among the directors, female and male. We try to have a fair spread of films that we think have a fairly large audience that can really work internationally, also on the TV market, and a number of films that we know this film will have a very little audience, but it has to be made because it's important, or it's a potential masterpiece. So there are all these kinds of criteria, and I mention it because when you get a no, which we have all experienced, I think, from a forum selection, it's not necessarily because they did not find your film good enough. There are also other considerations in the selection. So I think that is important to know. I guess this is what I had to say about the forums just for now. Any questions or comments with regards to forums, selection, and so on? No?
Can I ask?
Yeah, please.
Я хотіла би таке поставити запитання.
I would like to ask a question. Do you take into account during the selection how many workshops has the project passed? What workshops did the project participate? Do you take this into account?
We don't take into account how many workshops it has participated in, but we do take into account how many pitching forums it has participated in. There is an expression among selectors that is, this project has been overpitched. And that means that we feel that it has been at too many pitching forums and nothing really happened with the project. And that is maybe the most important remark to do, because it is totally okay that a project is pitched at several pitching forums. But there are quite a lot of the decision makers who are the same at the different pitching forums. So if the same project is being pitched again and again, and nothing has happened with the development of the project between the different pitches, then we can choose not to select it on the basis of that. So you're very right. I should have mentioned that. That is definitely also something that we take into consideration, absolutely. But on the other hand, if there are really many decision makers who like to follow the development of a project at different pitching forums, so if we feel that it's a project that generated interest and now something has really happened, we can definitely select it on the basis of that, because we know that there are, for instance, many broadcasters or sales agents who expressed an interest at a rather early stage of the project. And now we can see that maybe now it has developed so much that the broadcaster or the sales agent might want to step in now. So that's another thing. There is actually one thing that I think I should mention about the forums, which is a thing I really, really like about the forums. And that is that if you yourself contact a broadcaster, for instance, that do not know you, it's very, very likely that you will not get an answer. So the whole idea of the forum is that there are professionals who select on behalf of the broadcasters, sales agents, and other working in the business. So at the forum, we can present filmmakers for the first time. Filmmakers who would never get a chance of presenting before a broadcast. And that happens because the broadcasters or the sales agents or others, they trust the selection committee that we are professional enough to select the projects. So it's a really, really, really good possibility if you are not established in the market, the forums. Another thing I should also mention, most of the forums have a preparation phase. Some of them have 2 or 3 days of workshop. That goes, for instance, for Docs Barcelona, for Baltic Sea Forum, for pitching du réel, that there is a little workshop before the pitching. So you do a test pitch at the workshop. You get feedback. Some of them even have an editor connected, so you can make last-minute changes to your trailer and so on. That's also a good process, not only for your project, but it also means that you will meet colleagues from other countries that you would not meet otherwise. So that's another reason, I think, for participating in the forums, that at the workshops that happens before the forum, you get a chance to discuss your project and to meet colleagues from other countries. Let's just see, Julia wrote in the chat, my opinion, it should be a blind choice regardless the personality, gender, or nationality of creative team. So in the end, we have the most decent and interesting projects instead of politically driven map of the world. But I know that many people won't stick to that statement. You're totally right, Julia. Very few people will stick to that. But we do have very different opinions within these selection committees. But I know that I'm one of those who have a tendency to select more on the, what shall I call it, the artistic qualities of the project than someone else. But I do think, and here we may disagree, Julia, I do think that we have to respect the existence of the market. If we don't, there will be no pitching forums in 5 years. I think it's as simple as that. If we don't present projects that has a chance on the TV market or the more commercial market, the decision makers will not show up. I don't think so. And there is a movement that way already, because the public broadcasters are under huge pressure from the VOD platforms and from the commercial broadcasters. Some of them are going more and more commercial, but they are still the most important factor in terms of distribution and financing of documentary in Europe. That's still the case. So we have to respect the demands of the market to a certain extent. And that's why I said that we try to take other considerations. I think we have to have a certain national spread. This is an international market, and I would defend that. I think the gender issue is a tricky one, and we're always discussing it. Are we going to leave out some of the best projects because they're made by a man? That's an interesting discussion. But I do think that we need to push through the development. I joked a little at the first meeting when I said, do you have to be a woman to be a producer in Ukraine of documentaries? That change has happened, and now I'm talking internationally. That change has happened over the last 10, 15 years. And it's because we pushed it, I think. It's, well, not because, but partly because we pushed it. Partly because enough said, we have to have more women in the film industry. But that's a long discussion. You made your point, I made mine. But it's a very difficult one. I think it's a really, really difficult one. Where do you put the right balance? Huh? Enough about forums?
Я можу ще задати питання
Can
відносно
I ask another question from our participants?
як грамотно будувати роботу
What would be a good, how to build a good work in order to promote projects within forums and markets? Do personal contacts matter, and how you can build your work if you still don't have contacts? I will ask to repeat the question if possible. Yep.
Так, повторюю.
I will repeat.
Як грамотно
How it is, what is a good way to build your work to promote projects within international forums and markets? Do personal contacts matter? How can you build your work if you don't have personal contacts?
Якщо контактів немає, так.
Yeah. No, but that is actually exactly my point. Why I said that I'm a really strong defender of the forums, that you don't need personal contacts. And I mean that seriously. You really don't. Everybody can send something in, and we evaluate it only on the basis of what is sent in, not on the basis of a personal contact. Now, of course, we evaluate it also on who is the director and who is the producer, but that has nothing to do with a personal contact. So that is really the reason for the forum. Everybody can send in. And a project by someone who is totally unknown to the international community will be evaluated in exactly the same way as a very well-established producer or director. So the personal contacts, that comes in if you try to approach a broadcaster or a sales agent directly. That's where it comes in. Because if they know you, they will open your email. If they don't know you, they might not open your email. I had an interesting experience some years ago where I was sitting in a taxi together with Hanka Kastolica from HBO Europe. It was early afternoon. She took out her mobile and she said, that was number 100. And by that, she meant that was the email number 100 she got that day. So it says a little about the working pressure on these broadcasters. So if you get 100 emails every day, you're probably not going to open all of them. But you will open the ones where there is something that make you open it. And that is most of the times that is from a person that you know. But that is not the case with the forums. I can really, really say that.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Shall we move on?
Можна ще одне питання?
May I ask another question? You mentioned the balance, the ratio of the projects that are supported from Europe, for example. So Usually we are looking for co-production with a European party to have more chances. Does it really work? So what if we have more co-producing parties? And what if those partners are not foundations, but what if they are commercial channels? Is there a difference whether a fund has supported a film or a channel has supported a film? Does it impact on your decision about the film on the forum?
No, not it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't matter if it's a commercial channel or a fund or a public broadcaster or whoever. What influences, I think, is that if there's too many on board already, we can sometimes say, but they don't need to pitch. A project that has already 80% of the budget covered does not have the same need for pitching as a project that has only 10% covered. If there is a strong broadcaster on board, it can, or a strong sales agent, or a very well established producer, it can mean that we say it's very likely that this project will be supported by others when it's pitched at the forum, because they trust these people. But it does not affect the evaluation of the project as such. But it comes into this evaluation about projects that we feel will probably not get very many on board at the forum, but we feel it should be there for the sake of the art of documentary. We have another question in the chat. Broadcasters seem to be more demanding. I mean, in terms of having influence on the artistic part of the movie. Do I understand it correctly? I don't think they are more demanding in that sense. I think they have always been demanding. You know, I have to say I changed my view on broadcasters some time ago. In my earlier days as producer, I saw them as financiers. And I once called a broadcaster a financier. And he said to me, I'm not your bloody financier. I'm your broadcaster. I've spent 20 years on building up a profile of my slot. And if you want me to select your film, it has to fit the slot. I think that's totally fair. That remark still stays with me. So I think that broadcasters have always tried to look for films that fit their slot. And that means that many directors has experienced that broadcasters are trying to change the project because they want it to fit the slot. I think what has changed in terms of what you write about them being more demanding is that the competition is so much stronger now. So where I think they were more willing to take risks 10, 15 years ago, they are less willing to take risks now. Where commissioning editors at a TV station earlier had a bigger say themselves. Some of them had the power to say yes or no to a director producer at a meeting, at a forum. It's very, very few of them who can do that now. They had to go back to their bosses or their colleagues and pitch your project. to them, so that the decision is taken there. Most of the public broadcasters have two things has happened within the last 10 years. One thing is that they have got budget cut downs. At the same time, they have more hours that they need to find films for. I have to admit, I don't know the broadcasting situation in Ukraine, but in Denmark, 30 years ago, we had one channel we had one broadcaster with one channel. Now we have two public broadcasters with 15 channels. But the budgets are smaller. So the amounts that they have for each film has gone down compared to how it used to be. And the competition is bigger because people are sitting with a remote control. And they're not only watching one or two channels. They have 15, 20, 100 channels to choose between. So in that sense, the competition has become much, much bigger.
Thank you. This is very interesting. I just also, in terms of what was said previously, wanted to compare the attitude of broadcasters and film funds or film commissions. I mean, to understand it correctly then, that if the film fund gives you money, then they, let's say, don't expect from you a lot of things and don't intervene in the creative part.
I think we have to differ when we talk film funds, but if it's okay, that we can always come back to the broadcasters if you have more comments, but we could maybe swap to the film funds now, because there are very different kinds of film funds. Now there are the public film funds that every state has. You have it as well. I don't know, again, the policy of your film fund, but in Denmark, it's a film fund that supports a film, and if you live up to the criteria that you are selected on, the film commissioner at the film fund will not intervene in your creative working space, so to speak. You deliver a script, you deliver some visual material, you have a meeting with the film commissioner, and from there on, they do not interfere. They will have to accept a rough cut, and they will have to accept a final cut, but it's within the limits that you have agreed upon. Then you have some transnational film funds, and they all have specific requirements. You have, I can mention Chicken and Egg. Chicken and Egg is an international film fund that support female directors from all over the world who are making their first or their second documentary. You have, for instance, Movies That Matter, that supports the distribution of films that deals with human rights. You have Sundance, the American film fund that funds cinematic documentaries, but they have to deal with contemporary themes. So it has to be on themes that are being discussed today, but it should be dealt with in a cinematic way. You have the Wiggers, which is a film fund that supports emerging documentary filmmakers. And you have a lot of other funds, international funds, that you can approach from everywhere in the world, but they all have their specific focus. Again, you will need to meet what you promised them when you got the funding. Of course you do. But they're not interfering as such. They're not trying to format your film so that it fits a specific slot like the broadcaster do. Then you have what we normally call the regional funds. The biggest one are in Germany. Maybe some of you have been in contact with them. The regional funds are different in the sense that they're not funding you for the sake of the art of documentary. They're not funding you because your film is about this or that. They are trying to attract economical activity in the region. That's why they are there. So that means that they will give you, in Germany, it can be a substantial amount, but you have to spend the amount in the region. So they're giving you the money to attract financial activity. Some of them even demand that you spend 150% of the amount that you have received for the fund. I'm mentioning it to you because it can be through a co-production. If you enter into a co-production with a German producer, he or she can apply for this fund. But again, you need to spend money in the region. Then you have some transnational funds that are only for Eastern Europe or only for the US or only for the Nordic countries, etc., etc. So I don't think we need to go that much into that. So it's really very, very different depending on the funds. All the funds that I talked about that had a specific focus, like Chicken and Egg, Movies That Matter, The Wickers, etc., they do not expect to get the funding back. Some of the national film funds that you can also access through a co-production. Now I'm talking about the Danish Film Institute, for instance. If you have a co-production with a Danish production company, you can access the funding at the Danish Film Institute. And that goes throughout all of Europe. Where were I? Now I forgot what
that you need to give the money back.
In principle, they are very long down in the payback list. You really need to get a very big income if you are obliged to pay the money back. So in most cases, it doesn't happen. But in principle, it can happen if you really get a high income on the film. There are other international film funds like Eurimage, which is the European co-production film fund that supports co-productions, where you need to be at least 2. It's better if you're 3, even better if you're 4 co-producers. They are much higher up on the payback list. So you don't, as soon as you get some income, you will need to start paying some of the money back to Eurimage. So this is just to cover the picture, and I can only say, go to the website because it's more specific than that. I'd like to rest a little with co-productions because it's a buzzword that we hear a lot. And I would like to spend a little time on explaining what a co-production is, because it's actually very precisely defined. A co-production is defined according, there is something that is called the European Convention on Cinematic Co-productions. The European Convention on Cinematic co-production. This convention is signed by basically all European countries, including Ukraine. And by signing that, the countries' film departments have agreed that a co-production need to fulfill certain requirements in order to be accepted as a co-production. Now, as the name of the convention suggests, it's on cinematic co-productions. That means that it is co-productions that are theatrically distributed. So if it's only distributed and in TV, the regulations of this convention does not apply. But you will find that in many national film funds, they will still expect it from your co-production, that you live up to the same conditions. There are three main conditions that you need to fulfill in order to be accepted as a co-production. If you don't fulfill that, it's not enough to have a Danish co-producer on board to apply the Danish Film Institute or any other country in Europe. One is that for all of them goes that this has to happen jointly. You have to produce the film jointly among the co-producers. You have to owe the film jointly among the co-producers. And you have to own all the rights jointly among all the co-producers. If you don't fulfill these three requirements, it will not be accepted as a co-production. What does it mean? It means that producing the film jointly means that you cannot change anything within the film without agreeing with your co-producers. You cannot change the budget. You cannot change the financing plan. You cannot change the script without agreeing with your co-producer. So whereas all that would, before you joined the co-production, be an agreement between you as a producer and you as a director, now you will have to agree with another or even more producers. You owe the film together. So that means that you cannot decide anything in the life of the film without agreeing with your co-producer. You owe the rights together. That means that you have to agree, how shall we distribute the film? Where shall we sell the film? Shall we do it ourselves? Or shall we go through a sales agent? What percentage should you get of the income? And what percentage should your co-producer get from the income? And all these things, because you owe the rights together. So it is a big thing. But of course, it will also open a lot of doors in terms of potential income. Of course it will. So it might be that you will be able to make the film you really want to make because you enter into a co-production. But you just have to know it comes with a price. So you better find the right co-producer, or it can go terribly wrong. That's a long discussion where how to find the right co-producer. And I'm not sure we have time to go into those details, but it's really, really important because you bind yourself to each other. Really, really. It's also, if for those of you who are directors and your producers suggest a co-production, make sure that your producer discusses this with you. because it can have a big impact on your artistic freedom as a director. Yeah. Any questions to this matter of co-production? Or any comments? Anyone who have any experiences, good or bad?
Можна я спитаю?
May I ask a question?
У нас в Україні
In Ukraine, we
дуже
uh,
сильне розділення.
I see strong segregation between TV films and authors of documentary films, because it's considered to be not commercial one. If we pitch in Ukraine at State Commission for Cinematography, where they always say, we will not give you money because your film is meant for television. But when I'm listening to you and you say that there is a documentary is made for television broadcaster, so where are those broadcasters? Maybe you don't know. Maybe you're not aware of this segregation, but where are those broadcasters that buy documentaries as authors movie? And can the documentary films have commercial potential?
Yeah, it's a tricky question, because if I again go a little back in time, when public broadcasters were much more dominating the market. So it's before HBO, Netflix, Disney Plus, whatever you want to call them. And it's before the commercial channels became as strong as they are now in Europe. There were a lot of public broadcasters who showed these character-driven, director-driven, creative documentaries, whatever we prefer to call them. Today it's much less, but there are still some that do it more than others. For instance, the channel called Arte. Arte is a cultural cooperation between the German state and the French state on cultural matters. They have quite a lot of money compared to others, and they still have some slots where this, whatever we want to call it, creative documentary has a space. It's less than it used to be, but they still have. Several of the Nordic countries still have it, but not as much as they used to. Some German channels have it. Yeah, what else can I say? It's getting less and less, I would say. But it's really, really. I'll give you an example why the question is so difficult to answer, because I mentioned this example several times. I have to admit I cannot remember if I mentioned it during our time together here, but I was moderating at Baltic Sea Docs, the one in Latvia that I mentioned last year. There was a film commissioner from a commissioning editor, from Arte, and we had a project that was a character-driven project. I went to her and she said, Arte do not broadcast character-driven films. And I said, what? Yes, she said, we don't. Okay. We moved on. Half an hour later, there was another project. It was a character-driven project. I did not come to her. But then she raised her hand, and she was very enthusiastic. So it turned out that what she actually meant was it had nothing to do whether it was character-driven or not. It was the character-driven film that she liked was because of the subject that it was touching upon. Because then she could see that it fitted her slot. So if it's a character-driven film where we're following, you know, a couple and their difficulties in a remote village in Denmark or Ukraine, it will probably have difficulties. But if it touches upon something that is a hot topic, let's say Me Too or climate or whatever, then it might have a chance. So that's why it's difficult to judge, because what is a creative documentary? That's not a very strict definition on that, huh? But it's just to say that the slots that are only documentary slots, that does not have a definition in terms of culture or history or politics or whatever, but it's just documentary slot, they are very few compared to what we used to have. Now most of the slots also have a focus in terms of the theme. But what I find very difficult to predict is what the VOD platforms will mean. And now I'm not talking about HBO and Netflix, Amazon. I'm talking about all the public broadcasters now have a VOD platform. So they don't need to have it doesn't need to have a slot. It doesn't need to fit a slot. It doesn't need to fit a certain slot profile, like Monday evening, 8 o'clock. I know that if I open my TV, I will have a film that I like because it's this culture slot that I really love. Huh? That is, of course, not the case on the public broadcasters' VOD platform. So I'm really curious to see what will that mean. In principle, I would imagine that it should mean that they can take more chances with films that has a smaller audience. I mean, it doesn't hurt me that on the VOD platform there are a lot of documentaries that I don't like. You know, I can just, you know, I don't need to watch them. But if they are in a slot on a Monday evening in Flow TV, then it's either watch it or close the television, you know. So I'm really curious to see. And there are more and more public broadcasters who say, 5 years ago, when we were looking for films, we were first of all looking for films that fit a TV slot, and secondly, could work on our VOD platform. Now more and more of them say it's the other way around. They are firstly looking for films that fit the VOD platform, and secondly, they should fit a slot on Slow TV. Why is that? It's because the young audience don't see Flow TV. They watch TV on a digital device, on a mobile or an iPad or whatever. And they watch it when they want to watch it. So it has to be on a VOD platform. That's why they change. What that will do to the selection of creative documentary, I think it's a little too early to say, but I think it's a big possibility. It also means that we don't have to format our films, you know. If it should fit a slot, it had to be 52 minutes. That's not important on a VOD platform. Whether it's 28 or 79, doesn't matter. So it's really, I'm really curious to see what will happen. Yes, Kirillo, or however your name is. pronounce?
Yeah, right. I'll say in Ukrainian because it's mostly to Svetlana's question. Я хотів лише прокоментувати цю, ваше питання, а саме що
Comment your question that in Ukraine we have a public broadcasting. They need to order creative documentaries, and they just start doing that. And last year, they make orders for audiovisual TV content, and right now they have a contest to read the terms. I can send you the link to this contest, and I'll listen to their presentation. Last month they said that in winter, in 2 or 3 months, they will have another competition for the production of documentaries for their channel, because this competition that they have now is more of a has different forms of contents, 4 minutes, 15 minutes. So this winter competition will be more film driven. So if somebody say, so public broadcaster starts to do that, they start this initiative. We have a great hope for that.
Yeah, of course. Is that the link? It's in English? Could you send it to me?
No, it's not English. Sorry, just Ukrainian.
It's Ukrainian. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's for our market.
Yeah. Julia writes in the chat, is there any tendency in terms of subjects today? And not as I can see, not as far as I can see. As mentioned earlier, I'm just working my way through all the submissions for IDFA, and that is supposed to cover, all the best documentaries in the whole world. That is the profile of IDFA. And I don't think I can see a tendency. Of course, there's always something that pops up. Whether you want to call it a tendency, I don't know. But, 10 years ago, there were a lot of film on refugees. Today, not so many, but maybe more films on climate change. So, of course, you can see in a year what is one of the hot topics, but I wouldn't. It only means that there are maybe 3 or 4 out of these 130 films, maybe 5. But so I think it's difficult to talk about a certain tendency within subjects. But of course, the international political discussion is always, or the discussion in the news is always reflected. You can definitely see that.
May I ask you, is it a matter of selection or is it a matter of production?
Say a little more. What do you mean a matter of selection? What is a matter of selection?
Why is it so popular? A certain topic, I mean, why it pops up? Because there are many films exist,
yeah. Or
it's just a matter of selection committees who choose certain kinds of movies?
I think it's a matter of production. I think it is, because I'm participating in, I don't know, 8 to 10 selection committees. And in most of them, there is no pre-selection. In IDFA, it's only pre-selection because there are so many that we cannot have 4 people watching 700 submissions. So of course, I don't know what the pre-selection committees have chosen not to select before I get it in the final selection committee in IDFA. But in the other selection committees where I am, there is no pre-selection. So we're simply evaluating everything that people send in. So I think it's a matter of production. But you can, of course, say that there are probably some filmmakers who choose to make a film about a certain subject, not only because they want to as artists, but maybe also because they hope that it has a better chance of financing and distribution if it touches upon, a hot topic. I guess you can say that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Тут у нас в чаті ще є питання.
Question in the chat. What streaming platforms, in your opinion, are the most relevant for documentaries?
I don't know. I have to say I don't really watch a lot of films on these channels. What I can say is that, for instance, HBO Europe, I think is a more relevant place for you in terms of documentaries than Netflix. Netflix has very few documentaries, and if it's documentaries, it's usually about celebrities or stuff like that, But in general, I have to admit that I don't follow them close enough to answer your question. I'm sorry.
Я перепрошую, а можна ще поточнити? Ви якраз почали казати про ці
So may I
канали.
clarify, you mentioned things like Netflix and HBO, so I'd like to get back to the question when you said about the selection in the forum. I was a little bit lost. I meant that if there are some big players on the market and with whom there is more potential to get additional attention from, or do you decide that you have this big player who can ensure the promotion of the film, and you don't take this film?
No, I don't think you can say that. What we try to reach a balance. So we select for IDFA, I think we end up selecting around 50 films. And within those 50 films, we've tried to find a balance so that there are both films with some of the most known directors and most established producers and newcomers, that there are both themes that are hot topics and themes that are not hot topics, that there are both films that we think will have a big audience and some that will not. So it's that balance that we're trying. You cannot say that a certain project will not be selected because of this or that. But if we have too many projects that are mainstream projects, we might say no to a project that is actually pretty good, because we also need to give priority to projects with a small audience. We have different categories at IDFA, for instance. There is a category that is called pitch projects. And that's a category where the decision makers expect the films with a slightly, potentially bigger audience to be presented. Then we have another category that is called producers' connections. And that is a category where we have producers that are looking for co-production, but the project is in fairly early development. Then we have a category called rough cuts. And that is, of course, films that are at a rough cut stage. And then finally, we have a category called kids projects, which is, of course, films made for a young audience. And then we have actually, but I'm not participating in that because it's not a field that I know very much about. But then we also have a fifth category that is, interactive films, films that are not meant for TV or for cinema, but has to be displayed on a digital device. So these are the 5 categories that we have in IDFA. But as far as I know, IDFA is the only one that have categories like that. And it's because it's so big. At the other forums, it's more a big pool of projects that covers all categories. But I think the reason why this, for instance, this producers connection category, that, as I said, are for producers who are looking for co-productions. It's a new category. It has not been there before. And I think the reason why it is there now is that the importance of public broadcasters is decreasing. So we have to find other ways of finding funding for documentaries. And that's why the IDFA decided to have a stronger focus on co-production. Talking about that, but maybe you know it, all of you, but of course we should mention IDFA Bertha Fund, which is a fund that, as far as I know, you can apply. It's a fund that is focusing on films that originate from countries with a lower financial capacity. And I think that, unfortunately, Ukraine lives up to that. There are different categories. You can apply directly as a producer for development funding or for production funding. But there's a second category where, if you have a co-production with a production company from one of the media countries, then your co-producer can apply on your behalf. So that's another funding scheme within the IDFA Bertha Fund. It's got nothing to do with the forum, but it has something to do with the festival, of course. So that's definitely, I definitely urge you to go to IDFA Bertha Fund's website if you haven't done so already, and see their guidelines. I think it's a very, very good fund.
Можна ще додати питання?
Can I add a question? Because in the beginning of the seminar, you listed the funds that support directors and others. So what if the first and second project were not so good, but the director continues to shoot films, so they don't have so many options, alternatives to get funding? Do you know some alternatives for those directors who don't have, for which this is not the first or second attempt, or maybe for which this is already the third attempt? Do they have a more narrow possibility to look for funding?
Well, these international funds that I mentioned were just a few examples. There are so many out there. And I think quite a lot of them have a focus on the subject that you are dealing with, and not so much on how experienced or not experienced you are as a director, and not so much about maybe the artistic qualities of the film, but more on the subject. So I have to admit I lost the overview in the organization that I used to work for, European Documentary Network. We made a list of these funds every year, but the organization is closed and I am pretty outdated. So I think you have to rely on Google and write film funds for documentaries and then see what pops up, because there are really a lot. I should also draw your attention to a new organization that was started about a year ago, and it's called the Documentary Association of Europe, DAE. They are trying to pick up where the organization that I was working for, European Documentary Network, ended, so to speak. They are at the moment they are more trying to be a representative for the European documentary community, to be someone that speaks out on behalf of the whole community. Where we at EDN were more publishing a lot of information and holding a lot of workshops and forums and so on. So it's not the same. But I do think it's still a very good organization to be a member of. I can't remember how much it costs. I don't think it's a lot. They are trying to, take initiatives on behalf of the European documentary community. So I think you should check it out. They also have one thing that is good, that they have agreements with a lot of the festivals and the forums, that if you are a member of this organization, Documentary Association of Europe, you will get a discount if you go to a festival or to a forum. So it's worth checking out that although you will have to pay a fee for becoming a member, if you know that you are going to one of the bigger forums, you will get some of the money back because you will get a discount on the fee for going to the forum. Maybe I should also, what do we have? We have half an hour left. Maybe I should also touch upon sales agents, because they are such an important player on the market. A sales agent is very simple. Well, no, it's not. It used to be simple. It used to be a company that sold your finished film. Now, all of the sales agents also can establish a collaboration with you before your film is finished. It's very different from film to film how early that can be. But their interest in doing so is that they want to make sure that they can get your film for sale. So if they think that I better step in early before another sales agent do it, they sometimes do it. Another reason for them to step in is that then they can discuss what direction your film should take in order to make it fit the market the best. So it's of course a decision from your side whether you want to engage in such a discussion. The good thing about sales agents is that they are very, very well connected. They know everybody. And they cover the whole market. They cover broadcasting. They cover VOD platforms. They cover festivals. They cover theatrical distribution. So where a broadcaster, when you present your project to a broadcaster, of course the broadcaster only looks, is it interesting for broadcast? But the sales agent would try to evaluate the whole market. Now, of course, a sales agent earns a living. So they will take a certain percentage, of course. It's usually around 30 to 35% of the income that the sales agents take if they sell your film to, for instance, a broadcaster. Sometimes, if a sales agent is interested and they make a sales agreement with you while you are still in the financing phase, they can also help you to finance the film. But of course, they will also take a certain percentage of that. So if you sell your film to Polish TV, you will of course get the full income from Polish TV. If a sales agent do it, they will take a percentage of the income from Polish TV and then send the rest to you. But your argument for doing that should be that you might not get in contact with Polish TV, but the sales agent will, because they know them. There's a lot of stories about sales agents. There's a lot of producers who are dissatisfied with sales agents because they don't feel they do enough for their film. They don't feel that they're active enough in selling their film. They don't feel that they report back to them about how many sales they have met, etc., etc. That's how it is. So if you meet a sales agent at a certain point who is interested in your film, follow your gut feeling. First of all, do you trust the person? Ask the sales agent to come up with a strategy for your film. That's totally fair to ask the sales agent about that. Okay, if we sign an agreement, what will you do with my film? What markets will you go to? Who do you think you can sell it to? Etc. That is totally fair to ask that question. It's also the case with sales agents that they will have a certain budget that should cover their costs. So they will only get that budget covered by selling your film. But if let's say that they have a budget of 5,000 euros, that should cover copies of your poster, traveling to markets, stuff like that. If you agree on a budget of 5,000, then the first 5,000 that the sales agent gets from selling your film goes directly to the sales agent. And it's only after that that you start getting a percentage. This is something that applies for all sales agents. There's no difference there. But what is important is that you agree on a maximum budget that the sales agent can spend on PR material, traveling costs, etc. So that you don't risk that the sales agent comes and say, oh, by the way, I spent 10,000. So I need to get the first 10,000. It's very common practice, but I've just heard, common practice that you agree on this maximum budget. But there are examples where some sales agents have been a little too clever on getting money because you did not make that agreement. Yeah. Any questions or comments related to sales agents?
I have a question, but it is related more to distribution. Do you see a point in the theatrical distribution of creative documentaries?
Absolutely. I see a big point because I think most creative documentaries deserve to be shown on the big screen. But it is, in general, very little, I would say. I mean, audience-wise, the cinema hall seems to still be the temple for fiction film. I actually thought it would change when, I don't know what the situation is in Ukraine, but in Western Europe, basically all the cinemas now have this, digital screenings. It's not a film anymore. It's a digital format. So that means that the copies now cost next to nothing. Whereas earlier, the copies for the theaters were pretty expensive. It also means that you can have it running in 50 cinemas at the same time because it doesn't cost anything. But so I thought that would have changed the cinemas towards a bigger interest for documentaries. In the traditional theatrical distribution, I don't think it changed a lot. But there are some distributors who their strategy, distributors of documentary film, their strategy is to connect the screening in the cinema with an event. That could be, for instance, a Q&A with the director or something else. That is being done quite a lot in the Nordic countries. I don't know how it is in your part of the world. That seems to work pretty well. So maybe you set up, you do this, that you say, okay, we make an agreement with 25 cinema halls at the same time. We show the film in all cinema halls at the same time. And then we have the director in maybe, the biggest cinema hall in Kiev or Copenhagen or wherever we are. And then we have a discussion afterwards. And then you can watch that discussion in all the other cinemas at the same time. That seems to have worked pretty well, I think, that way of doing it. But it's still, I would say, the films that I hear of that have a really, really good a theatrical release are usually because it deals with a big subject. So it's a bit like with TV. I don't know how much you are into football, but there is a very famous Swedish football player called Zlatan Ibrahimovic. And a Swedish documentary was made about him a couple of years ago. It was a huge success, but it was because it was also a good film. But it was because it was a portrait of Zlatan. We have to admit that. So these occasions where a documentary film sells a lot of tickets just because it's a good film doesn't happen a lot, I would say.
I have one more little question concerning to this. Always, this is a point of distributors and theaters that you can't expect a huge income from showing documentaries.
Yeah.
So, what can you say about it? Is it fair to not show documentaries on a big screen because of an income?
Yeah, one of the reasons why I'm in the documentary business and not in the fiction business is that I think in general that those of us who work in the documentary business are much nicer people. To say it short, there are exceptions, but I would say that in general. And it's because we're not here for the money. We're not here for the glory. We're not here for the exposure. We're here because we love documentary films. And the reason why I start with that is that I think you have just to decide for yourself, why am I doing this? Because you are so right, Julia. It's very difficult to get an income. But is it worthwhile that 100 people have a fantastic evening with my documentary in the cinema? Maybe. Maybe. So I think it's a decision you just have to make up your mind why you're in this. There are some companies that can make a living and some directors that can make a living from making only documentaries. To my knowledge, they are primarily situated in the countries where we have a strong national funding. So we're talking about the Nordic countries. We're talking about Western Europe. By that, I mean Germany, France, Belgium, the Netherlands. We're talking about Austria and Switzerland. And I guess that's it. And one of the reasons is that we have these strong national fundings that know that it's not only a matter of funding the film. We also have to support the companies. So it's not that you can get directly funding for your company, but you can have a budget accepted where several of the items goes to the company. And they're not necessarily spent on the film. If you're a good producer and you keep your budget, you don't necessarily spend all the money of the film. You can reserve some of the money for your next film. We are also pushing very, very hard that the producers are active on the international market and that they make co-productions, which is also a way of getting funding. But it takes a lot of experience. I had made co-productions in 10 years before I found out what a co-production actually is. And it took a lot of time for me to read the market, to understand the market. So it takes experience. So it's been a big priority for these countries to have these strong documentary producers. I can give you an example. At the Danish Film Institute, we changed, I say we because I was working at the Danish Film Institute at the time. At a certain time, we changed the guidelines so that one of the paragraphs was, if you want to have funding from the Danish Film Institute, the producer and the director cannot be the same person. There was riots in the community. I almost had to have police protection when I walked home from the Film Institute. But what it did was that it meant that it was the first start of getting producers that produced more films and could generate a bigger income and could get experience. So rather than having a lot of documentary directors that didn't care about producing, they cared about directing. that was the start of a development. So that I guess in Denmark, a small country, we are less than 6 million people. I think we have maybe 5 to 10 production companies that almost only live from producing documentaries. So there's so many, and there's a lot of other explanations. I could go on forever, but I think the element of building up structures in your country is really, really important to understand. Why is it that Nordic documentary is so dominating on the market? It's not just because Danes make better documentaries. No, it's because the conditions for making documentaries are better. So yeah, that was maybe a little off track, Julia, in terms of your question, but I think in order to understand what is it, what's happening, why is it always films from other countries that are selected for the festivals? Why is it always projects that from other countries that are selected for the forums? It's not because of the filmmakers as such. It's because of the structures in the country that gives better conditions for the filmmakers. That's why I think, and that is a long journey. That's a 10, 20 years journey. And in the Nordic countries, we to some extent have our authorities with us. But the stories I hear from Eastern Europe in terms of authorities, what can I say? You so often have your authorities against you. The stories I hear from the former Yugoslavian countries, from Poland, from Hungary, from Russia, it's terrible. So I know that I speak from a much better position coming from Denmark, but I just think that in order to understand the market and the players, I think one needs to take that into consideration. What are the conditions in the individual countries?
Actually, thank you for all the details, because it gives much more for understand the whole system of it.
Yeah, yeah. You know, just to say a little more about it then. I think there are 4 corners in each country that are important. In one corner, you have the broadcasters. In another corner, you have the national film funds. In a third corner, you have the film schools. And in the fourth corner, you have the organizations for directors and producers. And that means that you have a square. In the middle of that square, you have the individuals. I think these are the 5 elements that are extraordinarily important for how things develop in a country. And it's a combination of those 5 elements that forms the development in your country, I think. Basically, because there are probably other things, but as far as I can see, these are the 5 important elements.
Я перепрошую, Микель, в нас є ще одне питання, я б хотіла його задати.
Mikael, there is one question. The question is about the co-authorship copyrights if there are any co-authors, if they want to get money from the fund. So there are two co-authors who want to get money from the fund. What is the best way to get money? How to arrange the agreement between them, between two co-authors, or should be a trilateral agreement with the producer? Because if the money are coming not from the producer but from the fund, so what is the best way to effect the agreement?
When you say co-authors, you mean, for instance, two directors, or a writer and a director, or what do you mean by co-authors?
I mean, as it not director, but two screenwriters who writes this this documentary, and they have also a producer, and they decided which variant is more right for them to make one contract between two screenwriters, and after that give these rights to the producers, or they need to have some contracts between three sides, producers and two screenwriters at the beginning.
Okay. I think I understood it now. Well, rights is also a big thing. And I know that it is dealt with differently from country to country, but in principle, if I should try to draw the bigger picture that I think applies for most countries. So what happens? You have a script, and from the beginning, it's not important whether it's one scriptwriter or two scriptwriters. I will come back to that, Polina. But you have a script, and in principle, what happens is that the producer makes an agreement with the scriptwriter, and the basic of that agreement is that the producer buys the right to produce a film on the basis of the script. That's what happens. In principle, it doesn't matter whether it's one or two or 200 scriptwriters, because there is a script, and that's what the producer buys the right to produce a film on the basis of. So the producer will have to pay either one scriptwriter or two scriptwriters for those rights. But in principle, it doesn't matter. Then the producer does the same with the director. The producer pays a director to direct a film on the basis of a script that the producer holds the rights to. That is the production setup. Then there is the question about income. How do you distribute? How do you delegate the income among those that have some rights? And that is so different from country to country. Very often, the scriptwriters don't get any income from the selling of the film, not to my knowledge. It's usually only the director who sometimes get an income from the selling of the film. So a director can get a fee for the work, and then sometimes an income from the selling. With regards to the film fund, maybe you have different traditions in Ukraine, but the ones that I know of, the film funds don't interfere in the authorships of the script. The film funds make an agreement with the producer, we are funding the film, and the one who makes the agreement with the film fund is only the producer. And the reason for that is that the producer is expected to have secured all the rights that are necessary to produce a film that the film fund funds. So the producer, of course, has an agreement with the scriptwriter or the scriptwriters, and of course has an agreement with the director, and of course have the acceptance of the protagonists in the film, and of course have secured the rights for the music that should be used in the film, or the archive that should be used in the film. All those rights that are necessary to produce the film are expected from the film fund to be secured by the producer. And actually, it's more than expected. Most of them you will have to prove. You would have to send them to the film fund in order to get the funding. I'm not quite sure if I understood your question correctly, Polina, but was this okay?
Так, ні, все вірно, просто тут є
It's
нюанс.
fine, but there were some peculiarities or nuance because this question was asked by a director. And as far as I understand her, she wants to accumulate all the script rights with her, and then she wants to make an agreement with producer. She wants to secure all the rights, and she asks if she can sign. So when she has the full rights, then as long as she has the full rights to the script, and then she can make an agreement with the producer. But prior to that, she wants to secure rights for the script with another co-author or whatever.
Okay. It's not a very usual way of doing it, but of course you can do it, because I keep coming back to the producer is the one who is responsible for the production. So the producer has to make sure that the producer has the rights to produce the film based on that script. Now, if there is a director who can show the producer an agreement that the director made with two scriptwriters, that could work. But then the director's agreement with the two scriptwriters has to be totally clear. The two scriptwriters have now transferred the rights to the script to the director. Otherwise, the producer cannot make an agreement with the director if it's not 100% clear that the scriptwriters are out. They did a work, but they have no rights anymore to the script because they transferred it to the director. If the scriptwriters are okay with that, it's fine seen from the producer side. And whether some film funds would not accept that construction, I can't say. It could be, I don't know. But in terms of the chain of rights, it sounds like it would be okay.
Дякую дуже за відповідь.
Я перепрошую.
Thank you for the answer very much. I have to remind Mikael, it's 6 o'clock and 2 hours passed. If there are any questions, we can discuss them next time. We need to let the Mikael go, because in an hour we'll have a discussion with Alice Kovalenko, Stefan Siohanom about their movies, Expedition 49 and Home Games. So please take part. We've seen how discussion was intense, how intense was the discussion of other
Через годину ми вас чекаємо за цим посиланням.
today, so please participate.
I just have a question for Nadia and Polina. So if we could we stay just for 2 minutes?
Так, звичайно.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Дякуємо всім. Сподіваюся, що ви отримали необхідні
I'd like to
відповіді.
thank everybody. Hope you got all the necessary answers to your questions. Thank
Кого? Мені посунути. Угу. Не, у него он замутирован.
Да.
У него красненький микрофон.
Просто я слушаю. I hear my voice twice.
Микрофон
Yes?
я включаю, а камеру здесь включать на этом рядом?
Попробуй этот.
Камеру вам одну включать или две? Здесь одна, выключать здесь.
Да, можно выключать, да.
Так тогда тебя будет слышно.
А.
И когда я говорю, и нужно выключать.
Угу.
То есть, когда ты заканчиваешь говорить, выключаешь микрофон.
Да, обязательно. Или когда я говорю...
Ну выключи. И говори. Говори теперь.
Now, yes, I have an echo.
Thanks to everybody who have connected to us. I would like to remind you that today we have Alisa Kovalenko and Stefan. They are the creators of two films that will be discussed today together with Mikael. This is Expedition 49 and also Home Games. Mikael, I'm giving the floor to you.
Thanks for that. But I actually intend to give the floor very quickly to Elisa and Stefan, because you are going to take us through two productions. One is, of course, the film that is already made, Home Games, and another one is Expedition 49. So we'll have the possibility of both sharing your experience with the finalized film and with the film that is still in development. I've had the pleasure of following both.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Mikael. So yeah, I will start. And sometimes I think that's how is not right how our project started, how Home Games started, because like I apply for pitching at Docu Days even like 1 day before deadline. I just found the story and I knew about this pitching, the Guardian pitching. I had very bad trailer, like horrible. But finally, we participate to this workshop. The Guardian goes to Ukraine during Docu Days. We made a new trailer and we work on our pitching, and finally we won those pitching. And it was great because it was a very good start for the project and it helped us like to develop. And after we apply also for Berta Fund, and we got Berta Fund, ITFA Berta Fund, and after we got Ukrainian Film State Agency, and after I'm taking production part from Stefan, but at the beginning this Guardian pitching was important for the project, but it was also a bit complicated for me because I had to think about short film which we had to make for the Guardian. and for full-length film. And for me, mixing this short and long dramaturgy structure for me was kind of complicated, but at the same time, it was very good experience to think about two different formats and how to tell your story in a short way, like in a short documentary, and in the dramaturgy, which works completely differently in a short form and in a long format. So yeah, we participate to 4 pitchings, I think. Yeah, we participate to Odessa Film Festival. It was pitching, and we won this pitching. Was very also good for start for the project. We was important to participate to ISDOC platform and Baltic Sea Forum, because during ISDOC platform we met Kenan Aliyev from Current Time TV, and finally they supported us. And they gave this very important final gap funding for. Sorry, Stefan, I'm taking all your production, all the production details. But yeah, okay. The most complicated thing was at the beginning. I was thinking this story will be also subculture story about female football, and I knew very good this topic because my cousin played football. I knew that in female football there are many difficult and dramatic stories, so I knew the topic very good. And when I came to this Ukrainian team in Kiev, Ukrainian football team, and when coach told me story of Alina, I knew immediately that she's my character. I was lucky that I found so fast my character, and even I was filming training during like 1 hour, and I really was attached by her even without knowing her story. After I noticed that I film her much more than other girls, even without knowing that she will be my main character. So she had something like inside her, some charisma, some very specific energy. And at the beginning, like we started to talk, I asked her, Alina, I want to make a documentary about you. What do you think? She said, yeah, okay, good. But I don't think she understood at that time what it will be. Is it will be almost 2 years. Almost live with them during these 2 years, sleep on their floor. And yeah, but we went together through many difficulties. And the most complicated thing that my film starts before I was ready for this, because Alina's mother died even before I managed to film her. Because at the beginning, Alina was afraid that mother will say no, that it will be impossible after to film her, and I was waiting. And at the moment, we just after one match, Alina received call, and we knew that mother was already in reanimation, and she died just in like 24 hours. So, and my story completely changed, and it was I was kind of lost in this situation. I didn't expect this. I even didn't know that Alina's mother was in so bad health state, and also it was also complicated to film because at that time I still didn't spend enough time with the character in her family, and I felt that I'm still like cannot film so openly, and in the way when you spend much more time with your character, you already can be much more flexible. Even like this moment when they knew about the mother death, I was even I couldn't film. I just put rec on camera, and I even didn't watch what I was filming. Yeah, and after the story became with like very how to say, in a classical dramaturgic structure, because like all problems just fall on Alina, and she had to deal with everything. And she stopped playing football. She had to deal with all debts for apartment, like kids and everything. So it was kind of even at some moment I was thinking that she will never go back to football. And I was very sad about this because she's really a talented football player. And that's also how it's complicated in a documentary film to understand where your story will go. Because I didn't know how it will finally end up, if she will go back to football, if she will be completely crashed, depressed, or maybe she will start to drink, I don't know. So it's, in this moment was like, after her mother's death, it was like around 5-6 months that I didn't know where I'm going with her. But at the same time, this is a power of documentary film, because you are not giving answers and you are not constructing this reality, and you're observing, and it's like a dramatic journey also, and it's something which can teach you also, and you can learn lots of things thanks to observation of the story, since living with your characters, their lives. Yeah, maybe I can switch to give microphone to Stefan, but yeah, actually I said many things already about production, and after we can continue maybe with some questions, because I can talk very long about all the story, and yeah, so I just want maybe to have some directions from you, Mikael, and maybe from people who are listening us.
I can maybe tell a little bit about how it started.
Мікрофон треба вімкнути.
Yeah, I can tell a little bit how it started in terms of production. It was in the year 2016. So in Home Games, I'm the French co-producer, not the Ukrainian co-producer. And from the very beginning, it has been a French-Ukrainian project. I'm gonna explain. I'm put the microphone a little bit higher. I'm going to explain how it started. From the very beginning, with this film idea, Alisa found a Ukrainian producer. No need to explain who he is for the Ukrainians. He's called Valentin Vasinovich. And his brother, Maxim Vasinovich. Valentin is now very well known as a director, and he just participated to the Venice Film Festival in the main competition with his new film. And Valentin totally trusted this story from the very beginning, from the first idea. But he was not interested to produce this film on the European market. He was okay to get the Ukrainian State Film Agency on board, to secure the national funding in Ukraine, but not to go pitching in Europe with this story. And when Alisa proposed the film to this competition called The Guardian Goes Ukraine in 2016, Alisa actually proposed me to jump in as a co-producer. Home Games is the first feature-length documentary that I produce. Before moving to Ukraine in 2013, 2014, I was doing myself interactive documentaries in France as a director, but I also self-produced some of my projects. So I had some intuitions of production, but Home Games is really my debut as a co-producer of a traditional linear feature-length documentary. And I jumped in at a very early stage when Alisa participated to The Guardian Goes Ukraine, because even if I was a non-experienced producer, I've been doing journalism for 15 years, and I can recognize very, very easily what is a good story. And the first time she told me about this story, I understood that there was a film, that there was cinema. I mean, no matter what was going to happen in the 1-2 years to come, but I understood that there is a real storytelling potential. So we participated together to this pitching, The Guardian Goes Ukraine. We won it. And actually it was a very interesting experience in terms of production. We were working in two directions. Valentin Vasinovic, our co-producer, was securing the funding from the Ukrainian side in a very traditional way. But the main problem for Ukrainian films is that in Ukraine there is no development money at the State Film Agency. When you receive the support of the Ukrainian State Film Agency, should it be in co-production or national funding, you receive a big package of money once for all, for development, for production, and for post-production. And you have 1 year or 1.5 years if you get an extension to finish your film. But there is no specific scheme for development money like in other countries. And we received from The Guardian something like 15,000 euro to make a short film. And the rule was we had to make a short film out of this story. But from the very beginning, we said to them that we will use this money also as a development money to support the development of a feature-length documentary. So we've been working in parallel on a short film and using this input in money as development money that we didn't have from the Ukrainian side. The second funding that we got was the ITFA Berta Fund, which was actually production, which gave us the possibility to have, yes, the UK funding, ITFA Berta Fund funding, and then we got the support of the Ukrainian State Film Agency. The roles were quite clear between me and my Ukrainian co-producers. Our Ukrainian co-producer is a fantastic filmmaker, but he was not participating too much to the international development of the project, participating to workshops, pitchings. It was very okay to watch some material, to watch some rough cut, but his role was very separated from mine. In my case, I took over a role which I think is very important in contemporary documentary cinema, which is more the role of creative producer. What is a creative producer, as a difference of just a producer, is that there are some producers who are very, very good at finding money to support a project, but who don't want to have a creative input into the story. That's the job of the director. In my case, just because I like films, because I like stories, and I like brainstorming about projects, I consider that this is the role of the producer, not to make the film, but to stand next to the director while he or she is doing the film, and to participate to the creative process. I think that at some point, a director, whatever his talent is, can get lost, can have some creative issues, can cross some psychological or emotional turmoils in the process of making the film, has some difficulties to take some decisions. And that's totally normal, because a director takes the responsibility of filming real life. And this is a huge, huge moral responsibility, and it can be a little bit destructive even at some point. And I think this is the role of a producer, not only to find money to pay the salaries of the crew, or to buy hard drives, or to book plane tickets or whatever, but also to make some proposition, to participate to the elaboration of the storytelling. A producer has a disadvantage, but also an advantage. Alisa was filming home games in Kiev. I knew myself the protagonists of the film. I have met them, but I was not spending days and days and days with them. And I was a little bit emotionally detached from the characters. So at some point, when I watch the rushes, when I participate to discussion with Alisa as a director, I can put another light, make some propositions. there is an expression which I like a lot, but it's to find the meta story. Usually a director has a very good intuition of a film, but it's not very easy to convey this story into a very, very simple message, what I call the meta story, the stories that will touch everyone in 2-3 seconds. And I think that it's this is a job of the producer to participate to this. And in my case, I've been enjoying a lot this position of creative producer. I don't have to substitute myself to the director, but I really participate to the storytelling process of the film. After a few months, we also had a third co-producer coming on board from Poland. It's a producer whom Alisa knew for many years, and they participated to the funding of the project by bringing the Polish public television TVP on board. In that case, it was also more a traditional producer approach, in the sense that the Polish producer didn't intervene at all in the process of making the film. He was kind of there to deliver the 52 minutes versions for the Polish television and to bring additional funding. But we were, I mean, he didn't participate too much to all the questions about how to make the film. So in the end, it was a Ukrainian, French, and Polish co-production. The source of funding, Alisa evoked them a little bit. So we had The Guardian, the Itva Berta Fund, the Ukrainian State Film Agency. We won a pitching in Odessa with a little input of money that we used for the production, and we had the Polish television TVP on board, and we had this very important player in the end, which was Current Time TV. The big advantage of our film, it was not a very expensive film. Except salaries of the crew and very classical things. It was not a film that where we needed to go to Africa or to America to. I mean, Alisa basically was taking the metro and crossing the river to go to film the protagonists. So there were not huge costs, and it has been quite easy to make the gap in the end, but Current Time TV has been really instrumental in closing the financing of the film. Yes, in terms of pitchings, Alisa mentioned Odessa, Baltic Sea Forum, East Dock Platform, and we also participated to a bit of strange pitching. It's called Last Stop Trieste in Italy at the Trieste Festival. It's a pitching for rough cuts. You have to bring some edited scenes or a rough cut, and you show 30 minutes of your film in front of an audience of decision makers, and they comment your film. And it's called Last Stop because usually it's the last pitch, last presentation before the release of the film. It was a little bit dangerous because, I mean, you show almost a finished version of the film, and you can have some decision makers who like it and some others who ask you to break the structure of your film and to restart it from the beginning. So it was a little bit something we didn't appreciate too much, this experience of Last Stop Trieste. And the film...
Don't tell it to anybody, okay?
and the film, yeah, no, but let's be honest. I mean, because I mean, there are some pitchings which are very, very interesting, and some other can be a little bit more disturbing, I would say. Otherwise, so the film was released in 2018. The world premiere took place at Sheffield Dog Fest in 2018. We had a sales agent on board, Sindicato Films Sales from Canada, but with a representative in Europe. And the film went really, really well in festivals.
Фільм дуже добре себе показав на фестивалі. У мене немає точної там цифри, але я не пам'ятаю всіх фестивалів, а думаю, десь 100 фестивалів за 2 роки ми пройшли. І
10 international awards. So it was a very good festival career. In television, it was a little less good. I don't know why. I was expecting that there would be a bit more appeal on televisions, but 2 years after the release of the film, we had a fine surprise because a few months ago, we have been informed that the film has been chosen by Netflix. So before the end of the year, we don't know the exact date, but Home Games will be put on Netflix. And from our information, it's going to be the first time that a Ukrainian outdoor-driven documentary will be on Netflix. So the festival career was really, really good. And television actually went only on current time and on the Polish television.
We have Amazon also.
Yes,
Amazon
too, yeah.
And maybe it will be good if we can receive some questions.
Ну, питання є трошки. От хотіла, щоб ви більше
We
розповіли.
have questions. So I would like you to tell about Netflix, Amazon. How did you manage to do that? Because Ukrainian movies are almost not represented on that market. So how did you manage to get to Amazon and Netflix?
No, it's very simple. You cannot control the process because the rights of home games are handled by an international sales. So except the territories of co-production, the sales agent is responsible for selling the film on other territories, but also international platforms. So he does basically whatever he wants with this. Amazon, actually, I don't know how it works. I think they pick up a lot of films, but I really don't know what is the nature of the deals between sales agents and Amazon. In the case of Netflix, it's also a little bit mysterious. I understand over the past month that Netflix is a sort of giant where it's almost impossible to watch inside at who is doing what and to get any contact. It's very, very complicated. It's very mysterious. What I understood is that Netflix needs a lot of content now because of the pandemic, because people have been spending much more time in front of their computer watching films than ever before in the history, and they need to produce contents, but also to acquire contents. So they contact directly distributors and sales agents and buy packages of films. And I think in our case, that's what happened. I think that Netflix acquired a package of 6 or 7 films from our distributor, from our sales agent. So I don't know the nature of the deal, but it was not our initiative to reach out to Netflix. I think as a producer or as a filmmaker, if you contact Netflix, it's like going hiking in the mountains and going for the first time to the Everest. So it's quite mysterious. And since I know that Home Games will be on Netflix, I'm trying to get some contacts inside the company for just marketing reasons, public relation, and it's very, very complicated to get inside how this company works.
Thanks a lot, Elisa and Stefan. I have some questions.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them related to your work as a director, Elisa, and some to Stefan, because I think you've been through a very interesting process, and since we are now at the production issues, let me start there, and then Elisa, I would like to come back to you with a few questions on your creative process. But I think it's always nice to understand a little more about the more precise things that happen that help you throughout the process. One of the first things you mentioned was that you made a shorter version for The Guardian. Now, The Guardian is a newspaper. It's an English newspaper, and we see more and more of these newspapers stepping in on the documentary market, mm-hmm. which was something that we could never imagine 10, 15 years ago, that a newspaper would step in on the documentary market. And so one thing is that I would like to hear, what was it that The Guardian required? What was the format? What was the length? So what did it mean to deal with a newspaper? And the other thing is that newspapers are related to news. And this story is not a news story. It's not a topic that is related to what makes the headlines in the news. So could you say a little about the experience with teaming up with The Guardian?
Maybe,
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe before you talk about the film, I can explain what is the Guardian platform, because
I also know. I even knew Guardian. I knew that they're helping with some short documentaries because with my previous film, before Home Games, Listen World, we met Charlie Phillips from The Guardian, and I knew that they were proposing to some documentaries to make also short. It's even not the same film, but maybe short story about one of the subject from one of the topic from your film, but it can help also with a short film to promote your full-length film or to have money and financial support. It's the same with the New York Times, but New York Times they give for much shorter. It's like 5 minutes, as I remember, like it's 5 years ago. We met somebody who represents New York Times at ITFA Forum. Yeah, but okay, stuff like.
And what did The Guardian require in terms of length and content?
So
were they very proactive in deciding what you should deliver, or did you have a feeling that it was still your idea that was conveyed?
Yeah, at the beginning, I was thinking that we will have lots of freedom, to be honest. And finally, we didn't have so much freedom. We had to clarify everything, clarify, because like this short film should be very clear for everybody in Japanese and I don't know, and like in Australia, everywhere. And that's why they wanted to be super clear, like in everything. And if some scene was not clear enough, they asked us to clarify. And but of course we made a kind of mix. It's a Brit doc. It's not exactly a kind of like my type of film which I made, this like Guardian format. It was kind of compromise. We had some good scenes, some like real scenes, but we also had some elements from this Brit doc style inside.
If I can add something, it's a very mix of influences, because the man who runs the platform of The Guardian for documentaries is someone coming from the documentary world. He's Charlie Phillips. He used to be programmer at Sheffield Dogfest before joining The Guardian. So he brings a lot of very personal choices in the topics he picks up. It's not focused on news. It's very creative in the approach of topics he's choosing for this platform. But when you make a film for an online platform, there are some things that you cannot do. For example, they really pushed us to use a voiceover, which is totally not Alisa's style. But we understood also that we had to make this film, we had to make between 15 and 20 minutes. And in 15 and 20 minutes, it's not easy to convey a very, very long narration. And especially when Alisa was filming, she always had in mind the full-length version. So editing was not very, very easy. The other thing is The Guardian is a global brand. It's one of the very rare media in the world which is watched on 5 continents, like the New York Times. So, and they have, because it's an English speaking, so you can read The Guardian in Australia, in Europe, in America, everywhere. So they want to reach out to all those audiences, no matter what is their cultural background. So that's why they insist a lot on the concept of clarity. And documentary is not always clear and shouldn't be always clear. It's a style. It's an approach. You can have a director approach and bring a lot of clarity, but it's also sometimes nice to let things a little bit blurry, to have a little bit of mystery, and there was no place for mystery in this style. I understood that this is a little bit more the British approach to documentary too, but I will give one example. In the short version we were mentioning through the voiceover, we used actually the trainer of the football team as a voice for the voiceover, and during the voiceover she's mentioning that the apartment of Alina, the main character, was full of empty bottles, sorry, which means that the mother of the main protagonist was alcoholic. And we received a correction from London saying to us that we have to be very clear and to show bottles of vodka inside the screen. Making allusions, talking in half words just doesn't work. The comment has to fit to what you see on the screen. In the end, what we edited was a compromise between our visions, and we accepted that we needed to let some things go. But because for us, what was clear is that the main challenge was to make the full-length documentary.
Thanks for sharing that, because I think that's an important experience to have with you, that when you engage with these upcoming newspaper online platforms, what you basically do is that you give your footage to the platform in a different context, and that it has to be delivered not as a creative product, but more as an informational product. And I think that's interesting to hear your experiences. Is it a secret what they pay, or can you tell us that? The Guardian?
No, at the beginning even it was less, and after it was 5 at the beginning. No,
it was. One second, I'm trying to remember.
Finally, it was 2 times more. Yeah, something.
Yes, at the beginning we were supposed to receive £5,000, and in the end we received £10,000.
Okay.
The Guardian received the support for a few films from an American fund called the Filmmaker Fund. And it helped to double the input and the investment.
So you could use it as a development contribution or an early production contribution to making the film that you actually wanted to make.
Yes,
exactly.
Yeah. Just another question regarding the production or the distribution. You mentioned that you had this sales agent Sindicato on board.
Yeah.
And you said that what you do is that you basically give it to them, and they can distribute the film, sell the film as they want. So,
kind of.
Yeah, I mean, you give them the territories and the broadcasters of theatrical distribution and so on that they want to sell it in. So they sell it to Netflix. Mm-hmm. Which is a big buzzword in documentary today. It's very few. It's very few films that actually get distributed on very few documentaries that get distributed on Netflix. And you already had sold some territories because of the financing to Quarantine TV, which is all Russian-speaking territory, right? Mm-hmm. And to Polish TV. So what was the deal with Netflix? Do you know that?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. You have not seen the deal that Sindicato has made with Netflix. But do you know what are the rights that Sindicato have sold to Netflix?
Europe.
Do you know that?
Europe. Yes. Okay. Europe, and no matter what were the distribution deals before. So it seems that when Netflix acquires home games for Europe, they don't care if the film has been already broadcasted on this or this territory, and it's also not competitive with other deals for local platforms. For example, for Ukraine, if the film would go on Tagflix, if I forgot the name of this VOD platform for documentary in Prague, which covers Central Europe. So the deal with Netflix doesn't exclude other deals with local platforms or televisions. But in terms what has been dealt, I have no idea. I mean, at some point, it's a matter of discussion with your sales agents. There are some sales agents who are very collaborative, and some who are communicating much less on the deals they are making.
But I think that what's important is that there are some deals that are made with Netflix where you the producer makes the deal directly with Netflix, and they take all the rights to all the world, and it's quite a lot of money, but it's very few who get that. And then there are the examples, as you have, where you have already sold some territories, and they only require not the whole world as they would usually do, but Europe, and that of course accordingly means that the amount that you will get will be much less. But you will still be, the film will be on Netflix. It will be available. That's of course we should move on to Expedition 49. But I was curious, Alisa, when you mentioned that it sounded like when you started out, you were going to make a film about girls who played football, and then you caught interest in Alina, your main character. And then developments within her family, the death of her mother, totally changed the film. So I was just curious, you said that you found out that your camera was with her all the time, but what was it? I mean, that was not as a football player. I mean, that was as a potential protagonist in your film. What was it that made you imagine that she could be a protagonist in your film?
I have to say, I didn't mention it, but like I made my diploma film about my cousin who played football. And actually when I made this film, it was already after she finished play football. And at some moment I was thinking, what if I will find somebody like my cousin, but like 20 years ago? And that's what I was looking for. I was looking for my cousin, like a character in other girls, because I knew in female football, many girls are coming from very complicated families, and for them, football it's not just a sport; it's really a fight for life, and that's what I was looking for. But at the beginning, I was really thinking to include a bit more of subculture, and I wanted to also talk about other girls because I spent so much time with them. I went to some discotheques with them, and it was really, really interesting. And it could be like very interesting subculture film, but because of this event happened, because her mother died, it brought film to completely another genre. It brought to social drama, and I couldn't like get out of this. Like we tried to put some another scenes, and it didn't work. And I could do nothing. Really, but it's also interesting how material sometimes bring you to this dramaturgy structure, and sometimes you shouldn't break reality, and to do what you want, you have to follow this reality, and this is very interesting thing.
And if I can add something, yes, there were lots of elements for a topical film, for a subculture film, for a film about this underground of girls who play football in Ukraine, who don't have money, they are professionals. There is something very topical. But a good topic doesn't bring a good film automatically. You can struggle during many years finding your story in your film structure inside this topic. And actually, at some point, we realized, I think together, we made this work together, that the story was not inside female football, but had something more universal. The story was that we finally found after we started pitching, was that it's not a film about female football, it's a film about how to fight for your dreams when all the circumstances are against you. And this is something that can appeal to anyone. We all face in our lives some difficulties where you have to climb a mountain and everything is pushing you down. And what our main character has gone through can reflect in many, many lives and touch if you like or if you don't like football, this is not a question. And so we arrived at some point to something a little bit more universal in terms of storytelling rather than something purely topical.
I'll come to you in a second, Paulina, but I just want to say to you, Elisa, that I really find that I would like to congratulate you with the openness towards what happens in reality, because you started out with thinking that this is the direction that your film will take, and then something happened that totally changed it. And that combination of thinking that this is why I started the film, this is what I think the film will be about, and then thing happens so that you can see that it's taking a different direction. That openness is so extremely important for documentary directors, because things always change in reality, right? And you have to be open to see that the focus of your film is changing, but there is still a film. So just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you.
Paulina?
Так, я маю запитання, тому що
Yes, I have a question because the project, the film Home Games, it's a rather unique film for the Ukrainian market. I would like you to talk more about this, because this is the first example of a documentary film when after the film you had a possibility, you created a series together with Current Times in the same topic. So this is a good continuation. This is a common thing for Europe, but for our country, I believe this was a very successful first attempt. I would like to hear more about your experience, how you managed to do this, because this is interesting.
Yeah, thank you for this question. Actually, it was a very spontaneous decision. It's because we met Kenan in Prague from Current Time TV, and he said, "Yeah, actually, in Kiev it will be a World Cup. No, it was a champion.
There was
League.
two things. The final of the Champions League. I think it was Liverpool against Real Madrid, taking place at the Olympic Stadium in Kiev in 2018. And a few weeks after, there was a World Cup of football in Russia, which is an important territory for Current Time, obviously. So Kenan loves football. He plays football, by the way. He's been always a very strong supporter of our project, and he proposed us to conceive a documentary series about female football all over Ukraine on the occasion of those two major events taking place in
It
Kiev
was
and
a
Moscow.
female final.
And there was also
Yes, it's the most important thing. It was a female final in Kiev.
Champions League, yeah.
Champions League, yeah. So, and I agreed because I know that this female football completely invisible for people who are living in Ukraine, and I just wanted to put a bit more light on this female sport. Nobody care about this at all, and so for me it was my biggest motivation to make this series. And yeah, we made the 10 series about different girls who are living in different towns, different age, so 10 stories about 10 girls who play football. And different, but it was also a bit more universal, because in each story we found some conflicts. For example, we made one series about 14-year-old girl who was living in the village in the mountains, in Carpathian mountains, and she's only one playing football. She's playing with boys because there are no boys club or no girls club, and she have to even go like by bus like 40 minutes from her small village to be trained with boys. And finally she's now playing in the Ukrainian national team. It's like after, so it's like already 3 years ago we filmed her. So yeah, we found different stories, and it was very, very interesting, and it was good finally to bring for Ukrainian TV something less journalistic and something more documentary, because still it was a compromise. So still we use some TV format, but we tried to implement some documentary things inside. Yeah.
It's very interesting what you're telling. One thing is that, as mentioned, current time TV is they're based in Prague in Czech Republic, but they are broadcasting to all Russian-speaking territories, and they take rights to broadcast to all Russian-speaking territories, but they do not take exclusive rights.
Mm.
So you can still sell your film within territories that current time are covering, but because they're not taking exclusive rights.
Yes.
And they are, by the way, in a couple of months, launching a 24-hour documentary channel. They're part of the American. Actually, it's an American company, the Free Europe company, although they are based in Prague. And Kenan just told me that he just convinced his boss that they should launch a 24-hour documentary channel. So that's good news for us who are in the documentary business. But it's also interesting to hear that you go out there, you present your film, you meet someone, and then it's not only that they get involved in your film, you also end up making 10 small portraits of female football players. So you never know what happens when you go out there and present your film. I think we should end the beautiful story of home games here and move on to a project that you have in development now.
Not in development. We're editing now.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Just started.
I'm sorry. I was 2 years back when I met the project the first time. Expedition 49. So sorry for that mistake. Anyway, it's not finalized yet. So tell us something about the process of your next film or your current film, Expedition 49.
Yeah, so there's still lots of work to do, and it's very complicated story, and I decided to take the story because it was complicated. It's like to challenge myself to make something completely different. It's a like multi-character story with many characters, and it will be probably mosaic film, but I also wanted to show you some video trailers which we made, and the first trailer which you will see, it's a trailer like first trailer, and after I don't know, I see that now it's like 1 hour, so maybe we will show 2 trailers, first one and the last one, and how it changed and how the story changed, because we started with since the beginning, I was thinking that Valentin, an old explorer who created the rehabilitation project for teenagers in Donbass, and so he created great project to bring them to Himalayas mountains to make this adventure therapy for them. And at the beginning, I was thinking that he will be important as a character, but as far I started to film in Donbass this teenage life, I started to think about to make much less important character of Valentin, because for me it was obviously this film about teenagers and it's about teenage life and about this golden years of this life in a post-apocalyptic world, and in this beautiful contrast of dreams when you still believe that dreams can come true, and at the same time you're living in a place which can break your dreams. So, and you can also see in a trailer how the story changed, and we can start with the first trailer first. Yeah.
Sorry, just 1 second. We have the technical problems, but we.
Звуку немає. Є? Немає звуку.
Прориваються.
Are you scared to go to Himalayas? So I'm asking you, are you scared? You can get lost there. You will have no connection. Why are you laughing? I'm asking you.
Sorry, I think even it's very rough version of this trailer.
I think the roughest version of
yeah.
the trailer.
But anyway, you see like how is it, and it's very long. So it was our big mistake. It's too long, and like we try to talk about first Valentine, after teenagers, and like to put like this, and now we can watch last trailer. I think we will not show last is third, yeah. And you can see how story changed and how, like, I mean, how it changed when you see trailer, how you feel differently about.
Go, come on. Press it. Ruslan. So now you understand how your father is earning a living. Oh. Oh, stop shooting. Go.
Ой, ну, актером я, конечно, тебя не мыслю. Но тут перспектив никаких. Работы все равно не будет. А если судьба твоя, значит, будешь актером. А нет, будешь полицейским.
Радіо НВ. Для вас це вже буде 49-та експедиція в вашому житті, тому проект називається «Експедиція 49». Розкажіть деталі, що це, з ким це і чому це важливо.
У 2015 році ще запланував я дітей з тієї червоної зони, дітей з зони війни повезти в Гімалаї, тому що для цих дітей це недосяжна мета. Я думаю, що для них це буде підтвердження того, що все ж таки Україна думає про них.
Вот, Валентин, я делаю утреннюю зарядку. Сам на пол.
Серед цих хмар, може 4 кілометри висота, але як красиво.
It never learned.
Yeah, so we decided to put much more accent on teenagers and these 5 characters. It's of course very, very complicated to make film with 5 characters. I have to say it's a disaster, and it's also complicated for trailer because emotionally it's complicated. Yeah, you don't want to cut somebody, and you want to put and to give all of them and to make this mosaic of like all of them. So yeah. But I don't know, maybe somebody have some questions about like what was about these trailers and what I don't know.
В нас є перше питання, тут пишуть в чат, чи ви працюєте з оператором, чи знімаєте самі?
So I work with cameraman, but I film myself a lot. And this is important actually question because I can tell a little bit about production and how it was like complicated. Because according to some Ukrainian Film State Agency rules, we have like 40 days of film to film. But with 5 characters all living in different towns in Donbass, it's not enough at all. So I filmed half of the film by myself because just we didn't have money. So at the beginning we went with cameraman, and after during 1 year I was traveling there alone and filming alone, only like me with a camera, and of course it's very exhausting because you have to do everything in film, to be administrator, but I had one choice, just that I will not make film which I want, or I spend this time without any money, but I will make film which I want to make. Yeah.
Sorry, just to follow this question. So how was then the style? Like, you, first of all, the technical question, you had the same camera as then your DOP, and then was it very important thing to have the same shooting style, like you shot and then another person? Know what I mean?
Like at the beginning we decided to film with Blackmagic and to film with 4K. Of course, it's bring lots of problems, especially with hard drives, because now we have like 20 terabytes of materials. It's impossible to really, and we have to convert everything to proxy and but I knew a new style of Sergei Stetsenko cameraman, and I knew that he's also with this moving camera, it's not static, and I didn't want film to be static because I was filming teenagers, we were filming teenagers, and I wanted that film will be a bit rough and filming that it will be camera will follow characters and it will be not static, not cold, because static brings coldness kind of, and I wanted that camera will be moving the same way as teenagers are moving. So yeah, we discussed this at the beginning.
There is a question in the chat about the music. I can directly answer it. Yes, this is Radiohead. And no, we haven't bought the rights.
It's a working trailer. For working trailer, we can use anything.
The thing is, of course, I mean, if you use the music for a film, you need to pay to clear the rights of the music, whatever music. In this case, we are talking about a working trailer, which is not public. It's hidden on Vimeo with a password, and we use it only for pitching purposes. We send it to the decision makers. It's in our PDF presentations of the project.
We're not hearing you, Stefan.
Do you mean that you didn't hear me from the beginning?
Well, you said that you you use it for pitching purposes, and that is
exactly.
okay. Yeah,
exactly. For pitching purposes, because it's not public. So for this, you can use whatever music. I mean, that's what I think. I don't know if there is actually a regulation on this, but for trailers which are not public and not put on YouTube, you can use any music. Now the question, if we will buy the rights, we don't know, because we don't know yet which musics we will use. We will certainly have quite a lot of music in this film, because the rushes are full of music. We have a little chances that one of our co-producers from Poland has been working on clips for Radiohead. So maybe, I don't know, he has good contacts with in the management of Radiohead. And maybe it's also, but we can wait for a question. I can explain a little bit more what is the organization of the production on this film. Are there other questions? No?
Yeah, I have one question about the trailer, because you have 5 characters, different characters, and how you solve this problem during the edit. Because it's very difficult as an assistant, especially when you plan to work as mosaic film.
Yeah, we are still editing. We just started. By the way, Marina Maikovska is also here with us. It's our editor, with whom we are working together. It's still not decided for sure the style. We're trying to find our story, you know, and we are trying different things. We still, we are not sure that we will do it like this or like this or like this. But I have to say that even to film 5 characters, it's very, very difficult. I will never recommend to anybody to make film with characters, really, because you need time for each of the character. It's real people, and you have to spend time with them. You cannot film 24 hours, per day, and you have limited time, and you have to also to share some emotions with them. You have to talk with their parents, with their grandparents, with their friends, because they have to trust you, And for example, with Andrei, with one of the characters, I filmed how he was digging cables, and it's actually criminal thing, but he trusts me, and I was filming him digging some metal and underground, and for this, to film something like this, you need this time to spend with your characters, to be very close to your character.
If I can say something, this is the questions that everyone asks you during pitchings or industry events. Have you secured the access to your characters? It can seem to be a very stupid question. Yeah, of course I have secured the access. I know what I'm filming and I have access to my characters. But actually, no, this is not a stupid question. You can make only a good film if you have 100% access and psychological access to your characters. And me, why I like working with Alisa, it's because she has a very, very specific methodology, which is quite radical. She makes no compromises in terms of access to the characters. And she films when she has entire trust from the characters. And this is why I think that the films she does are good, because it transpires on the screen that there is a huge degree of intimacy between the people who are filmed and the people who is filming. And I think this is a trademark of Alisa's cinema. And of course, it's not easy with 5 persons, but I think this is very important because if you engage in a documentary for 1 year, for 2 years, for 3 years of your life, and you are not sure that the person who will film will give you total access to intimacy, then it's complicated to make documentaries.
No, sometimes you don't know at the beginning, but the time is very important. The time which you spend with your character, because time also gives you sometimes some, not answers, but something that you can after use and you can know how to build the story, because you spend enough time with your character, and it's very, very important. And because I have like 5 characters, and when I travel to Donbass alone, I like go first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and when it's fifth character, and I was already exhausted because you spend with all of them lots of time, and this is the most complicated thing, and the edits will be also challenging, I think.
Marina, it's wonderful that you're with us, and I would like to hear your considerations as an editor on this issue. I don't know if you were also the editor of the trailer, because that is a separate issue, how to incorporate, or whether you should incorporate so many characters in the trailer. But I'm more curious to hear your considerations as an editor of the film.
Marina, open your camera.
What do you think about this? How do you approach this this 5-character construction in a film?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We'd love to see you, but if your connection is bad, then it's okay. Well, this is an editor speaking who used to sit in a dark, remote room.
No. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
But can you see me?
No, we can't see you.
No, we cannot see you.
Okay, then you will only hear me. How we mentioned to build the story? I don't know, it's magic.
No, I have to say that Marina and me, we hate trailers, and we made like 5 trailers,
At least.
So let's drop the issue of trailers, and more here, Marina. What are your thoughts about constructing a film with 5 characters?
Alisa.
We will follow dramaturgy or even chronological dramaturgy. We have to build emotions, atmosphere, and we will try different things because we have. I think we have lots of good scenes, and I already afraid that I have to cut my most scenes which I love at most. But I think this editing should be in the way of emotion way and maybe associative way. Because it's impossible to build a linear line and to edit just like this.
Alisa, I'm not satisfied with your answer.
But to be honest,
I think you jumped the fence where it was lowest.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you have 5 characters, you still have an underlying structure that moves the film forward, where the 5 characters come together in a progression in the film. So when we experience your film as an audience, I'm sure that we will experience it as an emotional progression. But when you are making the film, it's not an emotional progression from your side, it's a structural progression. So I'll leave the floor to you.
Sorry, I just I was talking about more way how to bring stories of characters together. But yes, of course, we will have blocks, which of course we have kind of structure, which is bit chronological structure. Yeah, we have, for example, but we have some emotional blocks, and we have block called pizdets. I don't know how to translate. How to say it in English? Really, we called it when we
I
will
can
edit
shit,
this
sorry.
because it's when everything collapsed.
Everything is fuck up.
Yeah, everything, and it's a sequence kind of, you know. So, and we know that of course we put like this block, and we will try with first this block and this block, like dreams collapse, and after hope, and after we of course we use these classical things to build dramaturgy, because how it happened for 2 years. Those children were waiting for this expedition. They even didn't know if it will finally happen because of all this pandemic situation. And sometimes also there are some events happen in Donbass. It was fire, like all forests were like burned around some towns in Donbass, exactly where I was filming, or it was escalation of war. And of course we want to use also element to build this how to say hot and cold things, you know, like these mountains, dramaturgical mountains of
If I can add something, because it's something I have actually participated to, we understood that a film with 5 young characters would be a challenge, but I see it more as a creative challenge rather than a problem. And it's something that I have discussed a lot during a beautiful workshop I participated to, which is Eurodoc. You probably heard about Eurodoc, which is a workshop for creative producers. I advise to anyone to participate one day to Eurodoc, because it's really a great experience for any emerging producer. And with the tutors, we've been discussing about this issue quite a lot. And what I like in this project is that we have 5 characters, and each of them have their own problems, their own problematics, their own conflicts, so narrative conflicts. But without talking about sociology, we decided to merge the 5 characters into one, because all of them represent one character, which is the children of the working class. The story is taking place in a very specific environment, which is those coal mining cities on the front line in Donbass. So it's not totally a film about the war, but it's also a testimony about a civilization which is on the edge of disappearing, the coal mining civilization. And in 10 or 15 years, the coal mines will have probably closed. They are condemned by history. And all our protagonists are sons or daughters of coal miners almost. And they embody this new generation of teenagers whose life will be totally different from the life of their parents. And so I would say that we have one main character, which is the sons and daughters of the coal miners. And then each of them has its own personal conflicts on which we can play to make this mosaic advance. So and we can combine them because they have some similar aspects, but also some very different aspects.
Yeah, there are like kind of common conflicts, and there are conflicts in each story, in each character. Yeah. And I don't know, like I think we can also show a very special video. It's what we made for CPH forum, where we presented Expedition 49. It was our last pitching. We pitched it too much, I think, but because Stefan will explain you later why we did.
Why we pitched too much?
Yeah.
Yes.
And so we decided some moments, okay, CPH will be the last one. And it's also interesting because we worked with Marina during like 10 days to make this 7 minutes combination of pitching and trailer, and like to show in some materials, to talk about your motivation, why you want to make your film, and about what this film like will be. And so it's good. It's a good training, and it's also help you to clarify more about what your story will be. So yeah, let's watch this force. Yeah.
Дорогие друзья, хочу вам представить
Dear friends, I would like you to meet Alisa Kovalenko. For those who don't know, a young, talented, and successful director. Why do you? Alisa participated in DocFest with her 2 films. Both films were at ITFA. Alisa in the Land of War, when she went to the war, and she shot an astonishing for its intimacy and bravery film, and a film about women's football home games. It's not about women, but about people. And today she's going to present her project Expedition 49, a difficult, complicated story. Children from the near the war zone, they are trying to go to an expedition to Himalaya, to the mountains. But in fact, I believe that the film is in those heaps of ground in Donetsk region. This is amazing. You will see it in the trailer. I believe in this film. As a director of the festival, I can't wait for her to have a final cut and to see it on the festival. Let us see the new project of Ms. Kovalenko, and let us hope it will be very good. Cover Alisa.
Burning inside. And I left part of my soul in Donbass. I really thought I would never go there again. Time passed. I met other films. And one day, I met in Kiev an old explorer, Valentin, who has been to the Himalayas 48 times. He shared with me a strange dream, taking children from the war zone to the world's highest mountains to give them a new horizon. It seems to me surreal, but it was such a beautiful dream that I wanted to be part of it.
Let's make this photo. Give it to Alisa. Just, of course. That's it.
And then, during 2 years, I filmed the life of these 5 teenagers whom Valentin had chosen for this great adventure. I made a trip back in time. So many things remind me of my own childhood. My grey metal city with the huge metal works, the crisis of the 1990s, and this atmosphere of the end of the world. Short moments of their lives, they search for their own road in this shaky world.
Oh, it's hot.
In their hometowns, new dangers are coming. Donbass, the largest mining region in Europe, is collapsing. The mines are flooded, and parents risk losing their jobs. Ruslan wants to be a rapper and work in IT, not to become a man.
I was going down, straight down, straight down.
О, thank you за donation.
Ilya would love to be an actor, but his family doesn't believe in him. For them, he will be a policeman. Lera, an orphan who fled the Russian-held territory, is learning photography.
Miss you.
Fate of her mother, a housewife with 6 children. She is already a feminist. She dreams about big cities, architecture. She just wants to run away. And Andrei, the troublemaker of the front line. He wants to be an engineer, and he is already building the fastest motorbike in the world.
Now, Elon Musk is living with me. Elon Musk. Do you know who he is? So now I need to make a wish so that I come here tomorrow and I have a Tesla here in my garage. So, what about this, Elon Musk? Even Donbass people know you.
Sometimes they lack confidence in themselves. But even if their plans fail, they don't give up because they believe in their dreams.
Focus. Sure. Здравствуйте, Валентин.
Greetings, Valentin. I have started to prepare myself for the expedition to Himalaya, and right now I'm going to do exercises. For you, for us, and for Donbass. Great.
Hello, I am. Oh.
Yeah, at the end it was also the last part with one of my character we are talking like hello CPH, hello Copenhagen. But you can see it's like also a way to build your story in this 7-minute hybrid format which you made for CPH, which also can help you like to formulate better about what you want to make your film. Yeah, and it's also important that like, yeah, I was talking about my motivation and why it's me and why for me this is important. It's not the Donbass, it's something special for me because I've been there, I knew war, and it's also a connection with my 90s in my own town, and it's yeah, very important to talk about your personal motivation and this like probably for all participants who have their projects in development, it's very important. It's the engine, your motivation, why you want to make it, why this story is so important, and why you want to spend this like 3 years, I don't know, to make this film.
In the project description, this is called the director's statement, and there are some experts, decision makers, broadcasters, or who could decide to go for a film just by reading the director's statement. Because anyway, financing or supporting a film is always a bet. We don't know how it will look like in the end, so there is a part of uncertainty. But the director's statement, why you make this film and why it's so personal for you, it's something very important to write and to rewrite.
Maybe we can let people ask questions.
I just wanted to say a short comment before we open that, because Alisa, I find it very interesting to have seen these 3 examples of presenting your film. The first 2 examples is, of course, an attempt to present the film as it is in itself. The first one was obviously very much focused on the Himalaya guy. That was a presentation of a film that would make him drive the film, and then he would have these young people from the Donbass area. The second version was a total focus on the kids, on the youngsters, and I think because I've seen several trailers in between, because I followed your development of the project, and it was very interesting to see that change. That in the first trailer, it seems that the film more or less stands and falls with going to the Himalayas, with achieving the dreams, whereas the second one, it's not so important anymore. It's what the kids do to get out of the reality that they are caught in the Himalayas. In Donbass. So it's a radical change in the perspective of the film that I find very interesting. That development.
It's a radical change, which is based on 2 realities. The first one is an intuition. I think that Alisa had the narrative intuition that the story was from the side of the kids rather than on the side of the adventurer. And because documenting their life, 15 years old, half of their life on the front line, it's incredibly interesting, and it's already an adventure. So it was a narrative intuition that we had to go more on this side. The other aspect is that over the past 2 years, there has been a clear risk that this expedition will never happen. Because of the COVID situation. And I will come back to this when I will explain the production of the film, because it really impacted us at some point. The expedition happened. So the kids went to the Himalayas in May. So now it exists. But we knew that 90% of the film probably will be in Donbass. A lot of people during industry events or after pitchings ask us, okay, what's going to be the share between Donbass and Himalaya in this film, 50-50, or will it be more Himalaya? And we were saying that it's going to be 80-90% of the film in Donbass and 10-20% in the Himalayas. But there was a risk that this expedition maybe would never happen, because we are in a very uncertain world now. And we have, at the last session of Eurodoc, I had a very, very long discussion with someone, you know, Mikael, who was the director of ITFA in Amsterdam. And he made me make the promise that we would make the film even without expedition in the Himalayas, and that we would never seek for a replacement mountain, bringing the kids to the Alps or bringing the kids to the Pyrenean mountains. We knew that the film was actually taking place in Donbass and in the countries of dreams.
No, but exactly that was That was why I brought it up, because I remember that you were faced with this question: will there be a film, even if they don't go to the Himalaya? And the second trailer suggests, yes, there will be a film, because it's more about the kids and their wanting to participate in this process, rather than the success of going to the Himalaya. So I think that was a very important change in your presentation of the film. But I was also curious, Elisa, to hear your experiences from this last presentation that you did at CPH Docs, the forum in Copenhagen, because with the first two trailers, you make an attempt to present the film as it will probably unfold, as it would probably happen. In the second one, you tear the film apart. And it's more your meeting with your ideas and with the protagonist as a director. It's what you envision. So we don't get to the same extent a feeling of how the film will be, but we get a very, very strong feeling of how you envision the film. How do you see that difference in the two ways of presenting a film?
Generally, for me, even when I'm watching some documentaries, for me, the first question, it's like, why this director made this film? And that's why I found this hybrid format, very interesting to explain and to talk about your motivation. Even this it was the last decision before we finished, like to put this even some small frames like from my previous film, to show that I know like very good the topic, and I know how it was before, and I know how is it now. And and finally, I even like more this CPH forum presentation than the trailer. Because it also gives you lots of flexibility to put different frames and to play with emotions, to put here this emotion here. It was very interesting. But we spent really 10 days in this to build the structure, the dramaturgy. Of this.
And you were building it together with CPH Docs. That is what you're saying.
Yes, actually, many festivals and industry events got totally tired and fed up of classical Zoom pitchings. I mean, Mikael, you know very well this problem, and CPH wanted to innovate a little bit, and they proposed us to make a film about the film. And they proposed the same thing to all the participants of CPH Forum this year. But I think after watching all the pitches of CPH Forum that we have been more radical than the others. Some people made still something quite classical, filming themselves with a good camera, but still filming themselves, standing with a microphone and, okay, I'm looking for a sales agent, blah, 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 blah. And when they said to us, oh, do a film about the film, we took them to the word, and actually we did it. So we had some exchanges with Teresa, the head of industry of CPH Forum, but otherwise she gave us total freedom.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's hear if there are some questions, comments related to this.
У чаті є одне питання. З вашого дозволу, я його
Right now we have.
There's one question. I can read it. Do you have favorites among your characters, and how do you do with that? What do you do with it? And our characters manipulate with your attention?
Thank you. Interesting question. I don't know if I should say whom I like from my characters more than others. No, Yeah, there is Andrei, like, because yeah, he is the most crazy boy in our group. Yeah, and I film him little bit more than others. And I have many funny scenes with him. But you know, with the time now, like when I was filming, like second year of still shooting period, yeah, I was thinking that yeah, he's probably will be main character from the 5 teenagers. But now we started to edit, and maybe still it will be equal for each of them. I don't know. Yeah, and if but also question about manipulating. No, I don't think so. I think no, it's okay. It's just they're so different. So with some of them, you should wait. You should be more patient. With some, you come and you have already adventure. Just like Andrei, for example, you're already inside adventure. You just see him and you go with him with his motorbike somewhere, and it's already, you know, you have full adventure. You can do nothing, just film and observe this. And with Ruslan, you saw him in the mine. He's very silent boy. There's many emotions inside him, and it's a different approach. And I film him. I have lots of like frames with him. He's just sitting, watching, dreaming, you know, like. So with each of character you have different things, and you have to even to think how to build them in film, because you cannot do with some characters during like some days nothing really happening. And with some, like Andrei, you have adventure during like 3 days. And it's just, you have to feel this reality and not also break some characters to be the same way so active, or to, yeah. So.
Did I understand you right, Elisa, that what happens when you're in the editing room is that sometimes you find out that the most interesting character is the silent one, and not
Yes.
the one who is proactive and talking all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah, sometimes you because there is 2 reality, no, even 3 reality. One reality which is like kind of objective reality which you're filming and feeling of this reality while filming, and this reality when you're watching it in editing program.
And choosing.
And it's completely different, because sometimes some things I was like very emotional. I was thinking, wow, it's a good scene, what I filmed, and after I see it, and it's not the same, you know, and especially with the distance, you don't feel the scene in the same way how you was feeling during like filming this, and it's very interesting. Yeah, sometimes you have to block even your emotions which were connected to some specific scene, because your emotion and this scene is like different things. It's you projecting your emotions on this scene because you see this emotion, but people who will watch it, they will not see. They don't know what you felt like during like this when you filmed.
It's really interesting. I had a conversation with a DOP from Poland, Wojciech Staron. Some of you may know him. He's made some wonderful films, and he said something to me that stays with me. He says, everybody has an interesting life, but not everybody is interesting for the screen. And that is exactly what you're talking about, if I understand you right, Elisa, that you're out there, you're shooting, you follow you follow the persons, and then you go back into the editing room, and then you watch them as characters on the screen, not as the persons that you met when you were shooting, but as the characters on the screen. And that is a different experience.
Yeah.
Можна мені коротеньке питання задати?
Ask a brief question. I'm very curious about your trip to Himalaya. Because because so film directors climbing a mountain so high for the sake of the movie. Wow. So that's how did- how did it happen? We had COVID and everything. So and has it so did mountain change you? Did the mountains change you, not only the film?
Yeah, it was very, very complicated. Yeah, at some moment I was thinking I will die in the middle of these mountains because it's really challenging, and it's like 8 hours per day. Half of the day we were under rain. It was even impossible to film. It was heavy rain, and I fell down like a few times with the camera. Yeah, I think I managed to do this and to not die in the middle because I was so motivated by this film and because I already made this long journey in Donbass. So for me, and I have this inside, this very strong motivation, and that helped me a lot to go through all this rain and to climb all these mountains. And I think also kids, they felt my motivation, and I transmit them this motivation, and that's how we all managed to do this. But it was so crazy because our main character Valentin, just before we had to go, he had like car accident and car hit him and he couldn't go with us, and we had to decide like this, that we go or we don't go. So
and the kids decided.
The kids decided, say we will go anyway, because we knew that if they will not go now, they maybe will never go there. And for them it was very important, so we went. So it started even in a very crazy way. And after we were also blocked for almost 2 weeks in Kathmandu because our international flights were blocked. So we had to stay like 2 more weeks there. In lockdown city, complete lockdown. We couldn't even go to another district or visit museums because everything were closed. But it changed me. Just not changed me. It just it confirmed me that if you believe in something, universe will help you.
And maybe I could complete a little bit because for me as a producer, I didn't go to film in the Himalayas, but the Himalayas have been a huge challenge for me as a producer, and it will give me the opportunity to talk a little bit about the production aspects. I think the travel in the Himalayas is a very beautiful idea. But for me as a producer, during 2 years, it has been a little poison. I'm going to explain you why. Because during 1.5 years of COVID all over the world, no one believed in the documentary industry that Alisa would go filming the kids in the Himalayas. I'm almost sure. This is also one of the reasons why we have pitched the film so often and probably too often. Once again, Expedition 49 is a Ukrainian, French, Polish co-production. We had the support very early from the Ukrainian State Film Agency. We got full funding from the Ukrainian Film Agency when the film was still at the stage of development. I would even say early development. So it was a very good news, but it has been also a sort of poisoned present. Why? It's because when you get some funding from the Ukrainian State Film Agency, you have to rush to go into production because you have to deliver the film after how many months?
1 year.
After 1 year. And I started to get very nervous because I was seeing that my Ukrainian colleague secured the funding, but me, I have no time to look for development money and production money abroad. The first thing I did was to submit the film to Eurodoc. And when I started working at Eurodoc with my main tutor, Jacques Bidou, he said to me, stop to speed up. The film is going much too fast. You're going into production, you're submitting the film to film funds, but you're not ready. And I think that when you make a film, there is an incompressible time of reflection, of development to build the foundation of the film. And there is a golden rule which I learned at the Eurodoc, is that as a producer or a filmmaker, you should never submit your film for a film fund if you don't think that you are ready to win it. If you feel that somehow your project is fragile, hasn't been reflected enough, that you are not ready, you need to write more, then wait before submitting your film to any film fund. And me, I made a huge mistake at the beginning of the project. I submitted much too early for the French CNC, Centre National, our state film agency. And for me as a producer, it has been a complicated project because I had the impression that I was running after time. We had this deadline of this expedition, then the COVID arrived. I hadn't found any financing, while my Ukrainian colleague had found financing, and that's why we have submitted the film to many industry events, because we really needed to find some complementary funding. We pitched the project many times. We generally had very good feedback from the industry about the potential of this film, but I really felt that during 1.5 years, no one wanted to commit with us before this expedition. It seemed like a lot of people, it could be film funds, broadcasters, etc., were very interested to support the film, but they were all waiting for this expedition to happen. And this expedition has been postponed 2 times during the pandemic. So it has not been an easy situation. And actually, from my side, it's been 2 years now that I work on the project, and I'm getting the first funding in Europe now, after that the expedition has taken place, after CPH docs and after the expedition has taken place. We were explaining to the people it will be only 10% of the film, or maybe it will even not be in the film, but they were not believing it. Psychologically, the decision makers in Europe were really waiting to see what's going to happen with this crazy expedition.
But by the way, Stefan didn't mention that during this many pitchings which we participate accidentally during the Krakow forum. I think it was one-to-one meetings, and we started to talk with one Polish production, and finally we finished with making co-production agreement with them, and we won Polish film fund, minority co-production. So sometimes you think that pitching too much, you're making too much, but there are some surprises which you can find, just nice people or with whom you want to work, and some people like your project, and they like you and you like them, and it's cool, and it's all good networking to meet new people and to work with new people.
And to give you an idea of the places where we have presented the project, at the stage of development, we pitched at FIPADOC in Biarritz in France. It was our first pitching before the pandemic. Then the pandemic started. We participated all the year last year to the Eurodoc program, mainly online, but they managed to organize one session in France 1 year ago. We also pitched at Thessaloniki, Odessa, EastDoc Forum, CPH Forum, and we didn't pitch, but we participated to one-to-one meetings at Docs Barcelona and Krakow CEDOC market. So this is quite a lot, but actually we needed to keep the contact with the industry on this project. It was clear that a lot of potential partners were putting themselves in a waiting position. So we needed to keep them informed about how the project is going, about the program. It kind of worked because now we have finished the main shooting. We gradually started editing. We have now 70% of the budget secured, and I can give you the list of the people supporting this project. We have the Ukrainian State Film Agency on the Ukrainian side. We have the Polish Film Institute and the Polish TVP television on the Polish side. We have now we received 5 LOIs from broadcasters. So we have some. So a LOI is a letter of interest. So it's not still confirmed, but we have letters from NHK in Japan, Current Time TV, Al Jazeera. And now we have received a good news. We have a major European channel who has decided to pre-acquire or co-produce the project. So we are waiting a little bit that the contract is done before making it public. But we have one of the main European television coming on board and putting an important amount of money.
Thank you very much. We're almost out of time, but it's interesting what you say, that on one hand you can overpitch it, which basically usually means that if too little happen between the pitchings, it's difficult because you have to show that there's a progression in the project, and because of the COVID, there was no progression. But on the other hand, you also have to keep yourself visible. You have to show people that you're still there and things are still happening. Just a small question, because we're 1 minute left, Alisa. So now that you have actually done the shooting at the Himalayas, is it the way you see the film now? Is it still like 80-20%? Donbass and Himalaya, or is it 90-10, or has it changed now that you actually did the shooting?
Yeah, if we will have more time, like and to make film like 2 hours, maybe then it will be more, but with like 1 hour 30, and because now we have this big partner, we even cannot go like for longer than 1 hour 30. So yeah, it still exists, and because or like we need to build complete dramaturgy inside mountains, but it needs time, and we cannot. So we have to use more like metaphorical things, more, I don't know, some emotional things, atmosphere things, and not to build like scenes by scenes this travel, which we cannot do. We don't have this time.
Okay. Sorry, it was a short question that required a longer answer, but that's how it is sometimes when we have a schedule. It was really interesting to hear your experiences with both the final film and this production that is still in progress. And I'm full of admiration for your strength to keep up with progressing despite of all the uncertainties. And I think that's maybe the biggest thing about documentaries, that it's so loaded with uncertainties, both from your side, Alisa, but also from yours, Stefan. So thanks a lot for doing that.
And thank you for moderating and for good questions and for understanding lots of things. Yeah, and thank you everybody who listened to us. I hope you are not so boring.
Це було дуже цікаво, і ми хочемо...
This was very interesting. We would like to thank to everybody. Mikael, to you. and Alisa. This was amazingly valuable. I would like to make a small announcement, if I may. Tomorrow we have pitching of those 5 projects who did individual sessions with Mikael Opstup. The projects have really transformed, and we saw it in real time. So, Alisa, we are inviting you together with Stefan. We would be very glad if you join the experts who would see those projects in real time. Thank you. Yes, we will be there. Good. So today, 11 o'clock, we have we will be on air at 11 o'clock. We plan to use 2 hours, but I hope we will have time. Thanks again to everybody who participated, who was listening to us. Please join us, because I see that we have cinematographists who would be interested to see how their colleagues were able to progress in their projects during this time. Thanks to everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye, Mikael. Thank you.